Hello, please take a
from Munich. It's 3 hours.
also to take part in asking questions. You can go to the platform, which is live.5gtechretorry.com, and that's where you can see the live stream of policy and strategy stage. And next to that, or under that, depending on your format, you can find the place for chatting, and you can address questions also there. Just press address to the moderator, and if panelists and speakers will allow, with time, we'll ask those questions, or maybe from the audience. So we will begin with AI race, policies for adoption in Europe. Our moderator will be Director and Head of Europe and UK at Access Partnership, Simona Lipstaite. Welcome, Simona, and good luck.
Thank you.
Come on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to this very important and all-encompassing topic and discussion on the topic, AI race, policies for adoption in Europe. It's a topic that could fill not just one conference, but many conferences, but we will try to humbly, or perhaps really ambitiously, cover this in 50 minutes. So, audience, as our MC said, please also don't be shy. I know we're in the Baltics, Nordics, but I always try to encourage discussion either in the room or online. So if you have questions or comments, don't hesitate to raise your hand or do it through the online system as well. We have lots to unpack in today's session, and I'm really happy that we have a really diverse panel of different industry representatives, governments, different regional perspectives as well, so hopefully it'll be a good discussion. Just to quickly say, at Access Partnership, we work with, well, we are a technology and digital policy consultancy, and we, by definition, work with a lot of technology and digital companies and governments, some in this room and some not in this room. At the moment, everyone's planning 2025. We're asking our clients, what will be your priority? Almost all of them have said AI. Some of them it's AI, like 98%. Everything else maybe falls into place because they are either AI developers or they use it extensively. For others, even if it's not their mainstream of work right now, everyone's keeping an eye on it so as not to miss out on either a potential to participate, but also there are lots of potential risks in the regulation and upcoming policies that they would need to mitigate right now. So AI is everywhere, and I hope we will capture this today in the discussion as well. The discussion today is where Europe is in terms of AI legislation implementation and development, although I think we'll focus a bit more on policy mostly, and how companies will be getting involved in the process, and what recommendations can we all put together as a panel and maybe even as a group in the room for policymakers in Europe to take it forward. I will introduce the panel briefly, but it would also be good in your opening statements if you talked maybe even 1-2 sentences about what it is that you do, because I'm sure everyone wants to learn a little bit more about this. So we have, in this order, Mr. Juris Binde, who's the president and CEO of LMT, the Latvian mobile telephone, and thank you for hosting us in lovely Riga, which is, I think, is my 5th time now, and I always love it coming back. We have Benjamin Brake, who is the head of the new Digital and Data Policy Directorate General at the German Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport. And you heard him this morning in the keynote speech. I think there's lots to unpack there, and we can take some into the discussion here. We have Alexandre Roer, who serves as the head of policy and deputy head of office at the Brussels branch of the Computer and Communications Industry Association, the CCIA. And we have Juliana Koza, who is the Director for Government Affairs at Qualcomm, so an interesting industry perspective here. And she focuses a lot on AI, but also cybersecurity, automotive, and other topics. So I will delve into opening statements very shortly. But first, I did want to mention just one major EU policy development. You may have, I mean, I'm sure the panel has seen, but you may have seen in the audience that we have an indication of what the next 5 years will look like for the European Commission's working program. So Ms. Hanna Virkkunen, who is the proposed new executive vice president for the European Commission responsible for tax sovereignty, security, and democracy, has laid out what she would like to achieve in the next 5 years if she is confirmed by the European Parliament in the coming weeks. And I'd like to focus on 3 initiatives she has mentioned. One is the AI Factories initiative, which is quite groundbreaking for the EU. She'd like to create conditions for more AI startups and SMEs and the broader ecosystem to develop large European AI models, which we currently don't really have or have very, the development is a very unconnected way. And she wants to launch at least 5 AI factories in Europe within the first 100 days of the Commission, extremely ambitious. The second one is the Cloud and AI Development Act. So for the first time, the EU would be putting together cloud, which has been around for a number of years, and you have different units and different policies dealing with it, but also putting it together with AI into one legislative initiative to boost companies and I guess get rid of the conditions that prevent them from developing and deploying AI. So I'd love to hear the panel's views about this. And also an Apply AI strategy, which is meant to be a very practical rapid deployment of AI solutions on leading industrial sectors, so health, energy, robotics, manufacturing, space, defense, and the public sector. So panel, either in your opening statements or maybe a little bit afterwards, we can come back to these questions, but what do you think about this menu of new AI policies that we will all have to deal with for the next 5 years? Does it suit your priorities? What other policies could you suggest? So if you could stay within 4 to 5 minutes for the opening session, that would be great. And we will go in this order with Juris going first.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Simona. Good morning, everybody. Of course, politically, these initiatives are very interesting, very important. However, we have to start with the subject. What is the subject is expected to be regulated. And sometimes it's a feeling that for politicians it's not very much clear. Can you see the first slide, please? Somewhere. You can see. Perfect. So the artificial intelligence, in fact, it's complex issue, which is a significant part of the fourth industrial revolution, or so-called Industry 4.0. And like all previous industrial revolutions, it became possible due to different discoveries and of science and technologies. The first industrial revolution get possible to change heat energy to mechanical energy. The second key driver for the second industry was electricity. For the third, it was computing technique and microelectronics. And for the fourth, it's higher level computing, quantum electronics, quantum computing, wireless communications, and so on. And as all other main tasks of the revolutions was to make people free from the so-called 3Ds, dirty, dull, dangerous jobs. Now on the top of that is becoming also a complexity. And the influence of the artificial intelligence as one of the elements of the Industry 4.0 is important in two main areas. The first area is industrial, which is more or less clear. It's used for analysis, for the for the controlling and managing the different technological processes and transport monitoring systems and so on. And this regulation is, let's say, relatively a little bit necessary, not very much. Another important issue is the social part. And the social part can be very useful for the many people. At the same time, the bad guys can use the artificial intelligence for the bad purposes, for the manipulating with the society, with manipulating with the results of elections and so on, provoking conflicts and so on. So this is a part which is very important to look at and to regulate. But at the same time, there must be some balance between the positive issues we can achieve and also the controlling and personal GDPR issues and so on. And let's say it's hard for politicians to decide about the regulations if they don't know what does it mean and what to regulate. And I would like to look a little bit in the past, some 30 years ago, when the GSM Association was established, and there were sitting at the same table telco operators, manufacturers of the telecommunication equipment, and regulators, the representatives of the state administrations. And in this composition of the members, it was achieved very good result, because the GSM, which initially was planned as a pan-European system, very fast acquired all the world. And the regulators did the job which was necessary for the industry and what was necessary for the society. They were regulating very few issues: frequencies, frequency allocation, interconnection and roaming, and standardization or recognition of the end users' equipment standards. Just three things. Later on, the European Union started to regulate everything what they can imagine. And as a result, today, Europe is not a leading area in the world. So maybe if Europe wants to become great again, then most probably is necessary to create again some ecosystems where the manufacturers, operators and society are working together to develop the best possible framework for the future.
Already a good first recommendation. We need a better ecosystem, and we need to be working to put that together. Regulation is regulation, but the facts are facts. But Benjamin, what is your take on this?
Yes, thank you very much. I try to keep it rather short. So I like what you said, that regulators should have a clear view on the subject they're actually planning to regulate. Throughout the last years, I can't say decades, because the whole regulation around data only started with the GDPR, and that came into effect in 2018. So that is also something to reckon. The whole regulatory landscape we have in place is younger than 10 years. So, and during in this period, we focused very much on things that we don't want to see. We focused on, we don't want to have unfair competition. We don't want to have large companies misusing their power on one market to become a dominant leader already on another market. We said that we want platforms to be accountable for X, Y, Z. But we don't have a clear vision what we in Europe would really like to achieve. Because it is not necessarily the contrary to what I described that is our desire to achieve. So we need to have a clear vision. And I think this is something which should be of importance to the next Commission, to think about how to bring Europe ahead. And it is not necessarily to say that Europe should become the most competitive area in the world. I briefly mentioned in my opening remarks that I did an internship in Tallinn. That was back in 2002. That was a time where Estonia and the Baltic states have not been part of the European Union. But there was already alignment in process. And there was a program, the so-called Lisbon process. And that was already, in 2002, designed to make Europe the most competitive area in the world. So we're talking always about competitiveness. But what is the subject of competitiveness? I think it's the backbone of the European economy. That's not huge companies, that's small and medium-sized companies. And when you talk about regulation, what we utmost need at this moment in time is guidance for small and medium-sized companies as to how to implement the whole regulatory landscape, beginning with the Data Act and not ending with the AI Act. What we don't need is additional regulatory burden. What we don't need is any program to set up by state intervention champions and new mechanisms. We need to break it down. We have a regulatory landscape. How should small and medium-sized companies implement this in order to stay ahead of the curve?
Thank you. And I would love to come back to this in the later discussion because, I mean, you're right, SMEs will be key, but how do we provide this guidance and how do we support them is a topic I'd love to come back to. Alexander, please.
Thank you very much. Benjamin, I loved what you said here. You kind of stole one of my talking points, but that's great because that makes my talking points even shorter. At CCA, just full disclaimer, we represent largely, actually exclusively pure digital players. It's great to have this conversation around the take-up of AI because, as you pointed out, Benjamin, I think over the last 5 years, I'm based in Brussels. A lot of the conversations in Brussels is very much been about how do we ensure trust about the use of AI and how do we increase, how do we make sure that AI is deployed safely? It's really defensive tools that we're talking about and hardly offensive, competitive tools, or by tools I mean policies, right? The one thing that I've seen in the last 5 years that I think was quite helpful, and actually, Benjamin, to your point, I think we have seen some concrete targets about where we want to be on AI adoption. The governments of Germany, Latvia, and all other 25 governments, plus the European Commission, the Parliament, have agreed collectively that we should have 3 out of 4 companies on this continent adopting AI. And by adopting, I don't just mean being a customer, but also deploying it using third-party LLM, putting that into your system, maybe use that as a feature of your own products, existing products. So being an active part of AI adoption. And 3 out of 4 companies, I mean, if you crunch the number, that's, first of all, that's 26 million enterprises that need to adopt AI. In 2024, according to the European Commission stats, we only have 2 million enterprises adopting AI. And that's okay, because really the popularization of AI really started, you look at a generative AI, it's really end of 2022. But it's an adoption rate of around 1 million companies every year over the last 2 years. We need to turn this adoption rate 5-fold, right, to get to these 2030 targets. If you look at the regulatory landscape, what have we done and what will we be doing to get there? Benjamin, you talked about the regulatory landscape. I can count, I think, at least 8 pieces of legislation on top of the AI Act that regulates AI technology. data protection, consumer protection, content moderation. You mentioned competition, data, privacy. I could go on. And I think for all of those legislation, you also have different regulators being involved. As we flesh out those relatively new laws, I think it's important that that regulatory agencies keep a continuous dialogue with industry. Some regulators have done historically a better job at having that dialogue with industry, and kudos, to be honest, with the telecom community, the telecom regulatory authority, and I think they're really leading by example on many fronts, and I think a lot of authorities, for example, in the data protection space, could learn, I think, respectfully, a few things or two from telecom authorities. I think also that, in order to sort of disentangle this regulatory spaghetti, looming regulatory spaghetti here, we're going to need to have regulatory agencies to talk to one another. In the next 5 years, is there a way here, a low-hanging fruit, to formalize some sort of cooperation between those regulatory agencies? So the bottom line is, if we want more companies, especially the small and medium-sized enterprises, which constitute over 90% of our companies in Europe, if we want them to adopt AI, we need to keep it simple. We also need to make sure that AI remains affordable. And the European Commission has been entertaining policies that would effectively, artificially, rocket up the price of AI technologies indirectly. You've all heard of the Fair Share campaign, I'm sure, and that is the talks in Brussels there are clear numbers of around 20 billion euros per year of payouts from digital players over to telecom providers. Now, as you all know, in order to train AI and to maintain AI, you need huge computing capacity. And that is done on the cloud. And when we are seeing things like we needed some sort of fair share or arbitration mechanism or things like that, this is the cost of doing business, or here in this case, cloud business or AI business, will be passed on to customers. And at the end of the day, customers, especially for governments, but also SMEs, those that are sort of cost-sensitive, the most cost-sensitive to anything that they are procuring, money talks, right? So I think that's important. And maybe the last point, we need to keep AI running. And here, this is probably sort of more a discussion geared towards energy supply and our electricity grids. I think Goldman Sachs reported a few months back that given the current adoption rate of AI, in the next 10 years or so, we would need 800 billion investments, and I believe this will be a mix of, or this should be, I think, a mix of both public and private investments into the electricity, renewing our old electricity grids in most of Europe, but also another 800 billion euros that needs to be fed into new sources of electricity. Ideally, actually, not ideally, it has to be green it has to be green sources of technologies, right, going forward. So these are the three things: keep it simple, keep it affordable, and keep AI running.
Good summary, and I like the focus on concrete recommendations on just how much money and how much investment we need for this to happen, because as you say, everyone keeps talking about how we must attract more AI, how we make Europe the AI continent. But here are some concrete suggestions on how to make this happen. Juliana, what is your take on the policy angle, maybe the industrial perspective as well?
First of all, I would like to thank you to be on this panel today. Last year I already joined the conference and it was fantastic. So I would like to bring you a bit more the industry perspective to the discussion, going a bit away from the regulatory aspects, and you will understand in a couple of minutes why I'm focusing on the product side in the next couple of minutes. So as you know, Qualcomm is a developer for wireless technologies, and we've started to invest in AI over 15 years ago. We had our yearly Snapdragon Summit a couple of days ago, and that's why I would like to bring to you really the newest innovation, which we would love to see on the market. So when we talk about AI, etc., we are seeing that AI will transform all industries. We are talking about mobile, IoT, automotive, etc. And it will also transform our daily lives. And Qualcomm's goal, in fact, and this is very, very interesting, is that we want to bring AI directly to the edge, to the user's device, enabling devices to process data and make intelligent decisions in real time. The concept of on-device AI is groundbreaking in artificial intelligence, and it's not only because of the data part, it's also because of the performance by reducing latency, but also ensures greater privacy and security on the device. And I would love to give you just one example, which we showcased at GitX, I think it was 2 weeks ago. When we talk about on-device AI, and we already talked about large language models briefly, so the new point is that with on-device AI, you don't need the connectivity part anymore. So imagine you have your cell phone, and this is what we showcased. You have your cell phone, you put it into airplane mode. You have your large language model running on your device, and you will be able to ask specific questions and receive the answers in real time. So you are flying to Riga, wants to have like sightseeing hotspots, so you ask it, and you will receive the full list. This is huge. I mean, this is massive. If you do not need the connectivity part anymore for this specific case. And we are sure that smart devices will change in the next 3 years. And we assume that in the next 3 years, 4 years, you will have your mobile phone. For example, you want to transfer your money, and nowadays you use an app to transfer it, etc. But in the future, you will have, for example, an AI agent which will do the job, in fact. So it will replace actually the different apps, and then you say to this agent, okay, tomorrow please transfer 10 euros to Simona's banking account. And this will work out. I think that those use cases or special models are very interesting for not only for the industries, because I assume you have seen our latest announcements with Honeywell in the energy sector as well as with Aramco. But it's like part of our daily lives as well, and it will change it. I think this was a summary really of what is possible from the industry perspective. And coming back to the, not perhaps the regulatory part when it comes to the SMEs probably. So we at Qualcomm, we developed the Qualcomm AI Hub. It's a developer platform for everyone. So a private person can optimize or work on a special, for example, large language model, bringing the model to our hub, can do everything, will receive Qualcomm-enabled devices, and afterwards you can do with the model whatever you want. And I think this is one interesting fact, because we support developers as well as research institutes to boost innovation and to have like us as a company doing our part to have an open ecosystem in this field as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview as well of, I like it, what is possible. I'm sure we'll come back to this question next year and the year after and the year after. As I think Benjamin mentioned in the opening speech, you know, what seemed impossible even several decades ago, or magic, is now reality. So good to hear that. So SME angle, open ecosystem, good segue into that. We all agree that SMEs in Europe will be essential in getting us to the ambitions, to where Europe wants to be in terms of ambitions on AI. We also heard about the complex array of legislation that these SMEs even today have to navigate. I mean, we look at the AI Act, but then Alex mentioned a good handful of other pieces of legislation. Benjamin, what is Germany doing to support SMEs? You mentioned additional guidance and additional kind of going deeper than the AI Act.
Yes, thank you very much. It's quite funny. I have an industrial background. I worked 10 years for IBM, and from that time, I always got the impression that the industry doesn't want any regulation or guidance. However, I learned that this is not true, because when we look at the AI Act, there are very clear provisions for high-risk AI. It's laid down what you need to do when you have a high-risk AI. But we all agree that the bulk of AI services and products we will see will be beneath the high risk. And there, the guidance is not that clear. There's talks about transparency, about accountability. But imagine you're an entrepreneur, a CEO of a small or medium-sized company, and you would not like to work on a large language model, but you would just like to foster or strengthen your existing products and services with AI. What's transparency? What's accountability? And that's where politics needs to play a role, not insofar that we gave the guidance. We don't want any political guidance. But we in Germany, under the umbrella of a project called Mission AI, we bring together certification organizations like the TÜV or the DEKRA. We bring together certifications organizations already working on AI, like Certify AI, but also industry. And they are working on concrete showcases, on concrete use cases, as to how to develop guidelines, technological standards, so that the industry feels comfortable to put products into the markets that are safe and secure. If in the end we will also issue a label, that is still up to discussion, but we need to work jointly with the certification organizations in order that not each and every certification organization is working on its own certification scheme, because that will not really help small and medium-sized companies to grow, especially with AI. So this is what we're doing in Germany. And on top of that, I think you mentioned that AI will have a tremendous demand for energy and a tremendous demand for computing capacity. So data centers will be shifted more into political attention. And this is what the government is also doing, trying to work on specific programs to provide computing power and data center capacities to the private sector.
Thank you for that. Really practical examples, I think. And I don't know if you have a sense if other countries are also heading in the same direction. Is Germany paving the way, or do you see maybe clusters of potential cooperation in some of the other countries that are subject to the EU AI Act? Or is it for the moment quite nascent?
No, it is. I mean, we start this, but I mentioned also our innovation club. We have with the Baltic countries. They are invited. When I talk at international conference, we get very positive feedback, and there's a lot of interest around Mission AI. So we don't want to create an insulated solution. No one will, use products that are only certified for a German market or so. And this brings me to the partnership aspect. We need to work in partnerships. The supply market, and the suppliers and the market we are targeting with AI, it's not bound to Germany, it's not bound to Europe, it's globally. And that's the reason why we need to focus on internationally approved standards when we talk about safe and secure AI.
Makes sense. Juris, what is your take on how the government could and should be helping AI innovation? And by government, I could mean national governments, but also, the European legislators and the European policymakers.
Well, I think that there must be separated two parts. There is a technical part, which so far in different industries is defined by the industrial standards. They are based on the technical issues. For instance, in the opening session, Carl Bogens was talking about the ITU role as a big framework for all the frequencies and telco regulations on the global level. And these are mainly technical issues which are putting some framework for all the countries around the world, because the satellite frequencies are for everybody, binding and so on. Another part is this social political regulation. And again, so far it's always practice to define what not to do. But in fact, the approach should be that you are allowed to do everything except things are unpolite, dangerous, and so on. By the way, these are quite old principles which were mentioned also in the Erich Kästner's book about Emil and his friends. And one of these boys had the rules from his father that you can do everything except these few things. And this is okay. We are assuming that in general our society consists of the smart human beings and not from the something like who needs to be regulated all the time. So it's, to my opinion, it's time more to rely on the people's brain, not so much on external regulations.
Interesting point. Juliana, did you want to come in on that?
I would like to add something to what Mr. Bracker mentioned. So I think we are aligned when we say you need to be part of the AI game or you are left behind. And I think this is something we can say, or which applies for the industry, but for the governments as well. So I fully agree about the international cooperation, because we need to think outside the box. It's not only Germany, it's not only France, it's not only Italy or Europe, it's like international cooperation. When we look into the AI landscape globally, we are seeing, for example, that Brazil launched an AI action plan, which is quite in line with the European efforts as well. And I mean, learning from each other is part of it, and discussions are important. And it starts with having discussions with research institutes, with SMEs, and then it goes up to industries and really different countries. So I fully agree with what you said before.
At this stage, I want to check if there are any questions or comments from the audience or indeed online.
Yes, there is. There are some comments on AI. Also on our chat, and the questions are coming in. You also can join in, please. Join the platform. It's live, 5gtecretary.com, and you can ask questions there. And we are having some questions, so you can decide, is it fitting your discussion right now? And some questions are like this. So we are mainly thinking of AI as an over-the-top application, like generative AI. Are there different policies regarded for embedded AI versus over-the-top AI, especially as we move towards artificial general intelligence and towards embedding AI into 6G signaling and networks operated by AI? Are we going so far?
That is a very interesting but very technical question as well. And I'm wondering if, Alex, maybe you wanted to comment on the different, well, whether there should be, well, not whether, but how the nuance of regulation should reflect the different types of the AI technologies as well, and maybe tying it to the broader ecosystem as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think when it comes to this question, policies and laws that are relevant for AI, the kind of AI technology that is embedded into existing products and to augment the quality of those products, I think if you look at, without getting too legalese or too nerdy on the policy front here, but the AI Act or the data protection regulation, for one, those companies that will be deploying AI in such a way will carry a fair amount of responsibility. To a certain extent, some of them will be classified as deployer of AI, and that carries a responsibility similar to the larger companies that are deploying generative AI models. I think in the next 10 years or so, from an industry's perspective, we think, of course, we have some very popular generative AI applications, but we would expect, I think the market inherently will diversify more, and rather than having horizontal type products that we are seeing today, we're going to get, more likely than not, I don't have a crystal ball, but usually this is when you look at other technology, that's usually how it goes. You will start seeing more and more verticals, right? Specialized LLMs, specialized generative AI products for specific industries, for governments that tailored to their needs. And each of those actors that will be deploying those vertical AI will be, and we hope many of them will come from Europe, to be honest. And each of them will carry some form of responsibility on the various rules that we already have today. The question is, do we need to add more rules? And just to, you may already be aware here in the room or online, but we have, for example, civil liability rules, new ones, applicable to software and AI systems, broadly speaking. That's called the Product Liability Directive. Directive, sorry. Now there's a question whether we should add on top of that an AI liability directive, even though AI is already covered in the Product Liability Directive. There's a proposal on the table, and we would hope, from our point of view, we think that, for example, the former directive, the Product Liability Directive, covers more than enough the kind of damages that can arise out of the use of AI, and frankly speaking, makes it really relatively simple for claimants to actually claim damages from an AI developer. That's actually something probably, it's a piece of legislation, this Product Liability Directive, that's not really talked about, but potentially could have massive implications, because after all, this is a matter of liability. And it's going to be very difficult, as soon as you've caused the damage, to reverse the burden of proof. You are presumed to have caused the damage, even though the claimant didn't have to prove any sort of link between your products and the damage, simply because it's outside a judge's competence to figure out whether there's actually a causality link between the two.
There's one more question on policy, rather than actually two questions. One is on nuclear power, because we will need much, much more energy. We've been touching green energy also already on opening session, but Philip is asking, is there a possibility for more nuclear energy plants being constructed and funded to satisfy the goals for AI development?
If anyone would like to take it, please.
I think that's a brilliant question, because, I mean, from a German perspective, the decision has been taken in Germany that we don't put our future on nuclear energy. Nevertheless, I already said that there is such a huge demand for power for data centers that the question of prices for energy and the question where are we actually getting cheap energy from, it'll become a geopolitical one. Because there are countries around the world that are, how should I frame it, not necessarily blossoms at the bouquet of democracy, that can provide energy for almost nothing. So the question will be, how transformative will AI and the computing power underneath it, how transformative will be this for geopolitics? And this is something we need to put a lot more focus on when we discuss AI and data center capabilities.
So what is the answer, yes or no?
I don't have an answer yet, honestly. But I think it's one of the subjects we really need to discuss and we need to be aware of.
Just one more. Imans is asking, is it worth actually noting? It's worth discussing even briefly, not how to have safe AI, but also to define what is that is being threatened that we should be guarding against. So employment risks, military risks, artistic risks, each of them are very different from one another. So what exactly we are afraid of or should be guarding against?
Would anyone like Juris?
Yeah. So in fact, to say very simple, very shortly, the artificial intelligence is an adaptive computing system with a high power and self-learning feature. It's very short. And we have to consider all these effects. This system can learn good things, or it can learn bad things, and therefore it's very important what quality of the input information is delivered for this artificial intelligence systems. So in all the data processing is a very well-known principle that garbage in, garbage out. So the same even in the even higher level, it's for the artificial intelligence systems. So another issue is the defense or protection this system from the external influence. If you are looking in the nature, the human beings, and not only human, but all the live beings' brain is quite strongly protected from outside. And the same must be also for artificial intelligence systems. The cybersecurity is nowadays a very hot topic. It was also mentioned in the opening ceremony, also opening session, that again, bad guys are using different holes in the systems to influence the society and so on. And here I would like to remind some sentence from the Harry Potter that don't trust the being, the smart being, if you don't know where its brain is located.
The brain is located.
Yeah. And this is even more important for the artificial intelligence system. But finally, we can create very complicated systems to defend, to protect, and so on. But if we will not have a natural intelligence, the AI will not help us.
So for closing, back to you, Simona.
Thank you. Just coming back to the title of today's panel, AI, well, races for AI and races for adoption of policies in Europe. Very briefly, I would love to hear from the speakers what their one short, 20-second maximum recommendation would be for the new European Commission and European legislators. We are currently in my favorite 5-year cycle where the new European Commission is a clean slate, new agenda, new policy program, so many exciting things and strategies to be working on with clients and companies. But, I summarized a little bit in the beginning what is already on the menu. What is your recommendation? And maybe let's start in this direction, starting with Juliana.
I think that there are different important points. So the first one would be boost for investments. Then the second one would be support global partnerships. And the third one is continuing to engage with the industry, because this is something which the European Commission did over the past years when we talk about the AI Act, and which is still ongoing in different working groups. And we really appreciate that we can be part of it, actually.
Thank you. And I hope we can turn this into a short video that we can send to the policymakers as well. Alex, you're next.
Yeah, I think if the European Commission could behave a little more like a company. And what I mean by that is focus on the demand, focus on your customer, and start your way backward, and the supply will follow. And ultimately, I mean, because to be honest, the last 5 years I've actually in my view, focused a little too much on the supply side without any consideration on the demand side, on the usage side. And that, I think, there needs to be a mindset shift here. Just if we want European companies to be more competitive, we need to allow them to be more competitive, and we need the European Commission to set out the framework for that.
Thank you. Benjamin, tricky question for you, but...
Yeah, indeed, a tricky question. So I refer to the paper we issued in the Innovation Club addressing the European Commission on regulatory issues, and I can keep it rather short. Pause and implement.
Thank you. And Juris, very briefly, thank you.
So the regulators and the politicians should remember that the regulations must stimulate the economic growth and prosperity of the society and not vice versa.
Thank you so much. I'd love a summary of all of that, if possible, from the organizers. And thank you, everyone, for attending, for listening. I hope it was useful, and looking forward to maybe more AI panels next year. And thank you to our brilliant speakers.
And thank you, Simona Lipstaite, for moderating.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
Digital twins are digital copies of real-world phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. Accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And discrete element model-based computer code suitable for high-performance computing to simulate sea ice. These Nordic cryosphere solutions will become a part of the digital model of the world.
So as we can see, networking is already working. Wherever there's coffee or something to drink, like a water, there we go. But now, please, let's concentrate to the stage for Mastering the Waves for Maritime Autonomy, keynote presentation. We'll be talking about ensuring spectrum dominance, monitoring the spectrum, then techniques for detecting, locating and countering non-cooperative drones, and also practices for measuring and monitoring network coverage and performance. So please welcome Vice President for Critical Infrastructure and Networks at Rohde & Schwarz, Anne Stephan. Anne, welcome to the stage. And let me remind you that you can write your questions in the comment part of our platform and just send it as a question or ask to the moderator. Anne, there you go.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the presentation. It's my pleasure to be back to Riga. Since day one, we are part of the 5G Techvatory, and congratulations to the organizers. It's really amazing to see what the 5G Techvatory is these days. So let me start with a brief introduction. The company Rohde & Schwarz is a technology company, and we are a trusted partner for across the complete telecommunication industry and defense economy system globally. We are also known as a pioneer in new technologies. We hold more than 2,700 patents, and we invest yearly a double-digit percentage of our turnover into our R&D. So the topic today is about maritime autonomy. What is maritime autonomy about? It's about using of advanced technologies in order to have remote operation and ship operation with limited or without any human interaction. What's the benefit of this? So this is vital for the global and also for the trade development. It brings efficiency increase in many areas. It also helps with the safety aspects. We learned about sustainability this morning. This topic will also have a huge improvement on the sustainability. And if you look at all of that factors together, this will help to bring the costs down. There are enormous costs in that topic at the moment, so therefore that's a business driver behind it, that it helps you to bring the costs down. What is needed in order to realize that topic? It's digitalization. Is really one of the key topics. A digital infrastructure and digitalization transformation in order to realize that topic. Is that a topic of today? There are test beds already. I would rather call it a future topic. So test beds today, if you look at Riga, the Freeport in Riga is having some of the test beds. Already 3 years ago in Denmark, there was a test bed taking care about and having actually a ship using certain stages of autonomy going around. And if you look further at it, you might discover some parallels, or you can also call it a déjà vu from what we have done when we talk about the autonomous driving. Because similar to here, when you refer to autonomy, maritime autonomy, you refer to the maritime autonomous surface ships, so MASS. So also here we talk about autonomous ships. And similar to what we have seen in for the autonomous driving area, there are different levels of autonomy are specified, starting from what we have today, like you have a captain on board, you have certain assistance system, like maybe an autopilot, towards the end stage. And the end stage is the stage where the ship is fully controlled and is able to do completely autonomous decisions and is completely able to operate independently. That's the final stage. And you see from where we are today until the final stage, there are some steps we have still to do. And if you look at starting from step 2 that we have today, that includes a remote monitoring, that will require connectivity and that will require a communication infrastructure. enabling you to transfer huge amounts of data, having low latencies to guarantee fast reactions based on what you see on the data. So many of these topics you are already aware from other 5G areas where those topics are needed. So from a technology point of view, how you realize that. Already today you have a bundle of different technologies that you can use focusing on the communication infrastructure to realize them. Could be mobile communication, could be terrestrial, non-terrestrial. So you have here a good selection already. What else is important when we talk about realizing the topic? So we talked about the technology aspect, and I want to touch one further point on the technology. Having already today a great selection of technologies, you can even think about having a private network, a 5G private network on the ship, enabling a communication network for you or bringing up a data network for you. And having that multiple technologies can also help you to provide a reliable setup. Because we take that example, it was mentioned this morning, with not being able to get positioning signals here because of spoofed GNSS signals. So you are no longer able to get your positioning signal from a satellite. You use maybe a different technology. You can either use a 5G broadcast technology to get your position, or you can use a direction finder technique to determine the position of the ship. So also having the choice of multiple technologies gives you the opportunity to have fallback scenarios and to improve your reliability on that. To touch on another aspect, what is important to know? So we talk about the technology later on as well, but regulatory aspects. In many of these technologies, you have regulation in place. We heard a lot of things about regulation this morning. But also regulation means it's not just having the rules and the regulation in place, it's also having someone taking care that these are being followed. So usually this is done by the regulation authorities. They are a kind of a supervisor. Who is the supervisor in that scenario here when you have the combination of multiple technologies? When you need a clear spectrum, you can maybe not rely on a spectrum regulator to take care about that the spectrum is clear on the ocean. So you need to think about some of the aspects. Maybe it's your responsibility, or maybe a group needs to get together to take the responsibility that is taken in other areas by a regulation authority. And we also heard about this morning about many of the geopolitical aspects. When you are about to start realizing that topic, at the moment it's a very dynamic environment that we are having also on the oceans. So in some areas in the Red Sea, no one is sending ships today because there are certain threats that can occur there. And when we talk about threats, let me share a selection of potential threats that you need to be aware of when you start realizing the topics. And important is, those threats should not prevent you from realizing the topics, but important is you are aware that these threats are existing and that you know how you can counter the threats. Because many of these threats, they can be easily countered today already. So we talked about that there is there is interference that is having an influence on the clearance of the spectrum, that is having an influence on your communication links, that is simply disturbing your communication. There could be spoofing, we already heard about that. There could also be intentional and unintentional threat, could also be due to weather issues. You can no longer see the satellites. All of these things you have to take into account. There can be physical threats. It's very easy. We also heard about in the opening from the gentleman from Ukraine yesterday evening that with very tiny, small little drones flying just shortly over the water, you can either have a physical attack on a vessel, or you can also take probably equipment that is putting interference to something, or that is stealing the data that you are generating on the ship. So this is just a small selection of threats that we are seeing here. The good news is, for many of these threats I have listed here, there are solutions available today. And these solutions are in practical use. They are used by spectrum operators, they are used by regulators. So if we focus on the communication and if we focus on the digitalization infrastructure here, if you need to look for interference, you have to ensure that you have a clear spectrum being able to process the data that you need to get the ship into autonomous shipping mode. So for interference, you can check with a continuous monitoring about how is the spectrum looking like. You can even found the interferers. If there is a drone coming and crossing around and want to steal your data, you can also get this kind of intruders into your environment. You can easily find that, and you can also take countermeasures, because the one thing is to find that there is something wrong, the other part is to solve it out. So for the spectrum, that's one of the aspects that's quite easy to do. Another topic, when we talked about the drones before, the drones are really powerful. So we heard about it could be a physical attack, but it could also be that there is a drone coming for maintenance. So the first thing when we talk about how to look at the drones is to detect the drone, but then also to classify the drone, to understand, is this probably just a regular maintenance drone? Is this a drone that shouldn't be there where it is? Is the drone approaching my ship? So what to do with that? And then you need to counter the drone. And if that is a drone, for example, carrying some equipment and jamming your signals, you can easily counter that drone. You can also detect where the pilot of the drone is sitting in some of the scenarios. And the equipment is already in use. It's also mission-proof today that we have here. For this kind of scenarios, the good thing is the solutions, they are also mobile. So you can create the solutions on the ship directly by yourself. Another example, when we stay with the communication infrastructure, you need to have full coverage. Like with your mobile phone today, the operator is taking care about guaranteeing you a coverage. We also heard that in the discussion before. So how can you guarantee a coverage by yourself? There are tools available to do a measurement of the coverage. And interestingly, this goes beyond the terrestrial network. So also for a non-terrestrial network, with an easy scanner, you can check for the satellite, for the LEO satellite signals there. You can see the bursts in the measurement. So with the satellites, you have a great coverage on the ocean. You have with the LEO satellites, you have the topics on the data transmission here. But with the same solution, that gives you a chance to measure also your coverage. Also, that's easy. You can even put that solutions on a drone and fly around your ship and make sure that on the ship you have the good connections here. And thinking a little bit further, and I want to show in a video right now what could also we take into account is we look at the naval forces, because many of the topics I have not touched here are also getting a topic for maritime autonomy. Like the data that you are having on the ship, you need to protect the data. So if someone wants to steal the data or listening in the data, so cybersecurity is also a topic here. Let's have a brief look how this looks on the naval forces ship, what they have today. Not sure. into that area, we can also learn from what technologies are they using. If you look at VHF, UHF technologies, they are great with data. They are great with latency. So this offers another opportunity on technologies that can be used in realizing these type of things. And also, it's nothing new. Everything is already in operation. Important here is when we look at the different aspects of realizing this kind of a topic, that we are aware what is the potential of the technologies that we have. But when realizing it also, what do we need to be aware? Specifically, when we talk about communication, what is our task in realizing them? So 15 minutes is not enough to talk in more details about their topics, but I'm really happy if you are later on here, reach out to me to come up with further questions. It's a fascinating topic, and it's a topic that let's make this real together in a safe, in a secure, and in a really reliable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you. So there could be some questions in the audience, so just put up your hand, please, in case you do have. We have a microphone ready for you. Or, like Anne said, you can approach her if you have really intimate question on your business or business opportunities. So, but before you go, we saw that wonderful visualization on how things are working and looked like some kind of Star Wars to me. So are you saying that it is possible these days, with all the frequency congestion, with all the countermeasures of countermeasures, with very rapidly evolving technologies, to really be on top of it?
That's an excellent question. It's not easy to answer that question. I think we have to strive to be on top of it, because also not just the technology is developing further, also the threats are developing further. And I think that's the key part. So if you look what is happening in the drone sector at the moment, it's a rapid development that's happening there.
Crazy.
So in order being able to keep detecting the drones and being able to counter them, we have to speed up with our development here as well. So it's really this, I think it's our goal we need to be ahead of it, right? Can we manage it all of the time? I think there are enough news in the press that shows sometimes the threats are better than we, but then we have to keep it up, we have to keep it going. Mm-hmm. It's this continuous run here with the technology.
Are you sure that we even know everything what is going on there somewhere on air in different frequencies? Are we aware?
I would love to say, yes, of course we are. No, of course we are not, right? And I think that's normal, because the things are developing in many areas. If you look back, for those of you started in the mobile technology, like a 2G technology was. At that time, if someone would have said, picture 15 years in the future, would you have been able to imagine what you do with your smartphone right now? No one is, but I think therefore it was touched on partnerships and on working together many times today. And I think that's what a forum like this also makes the difference, that we put the brains together and develop things, develop ideas, and also keep it and strive it together and share the knowledge that we have.
Yeah, and sorry for mentioning Star Wars. A lot of their technology is absolutely obsolete. Yeah, that's gone. Thank you very much, Anne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Anne, Stefan. So whenever you have an opportunity, please meet Anne and talk to her. A great knowledge to be shared. Now we are moving towards digitally connected defense forces, and from time to time we are hearing, of course, this topic. It's like an elephant in the room. That's why we have to talk about it. Chief Digital Innovation and Technology for NATO Communications and Information Agency, Luz Fernandez. Luz, welcome to the stage. Here we go. And let me remind you that you have to do also the evaluation. Please go to Slido and evaluate our sessions. It's very important. There are some questions. Please fill them in, and we will be better next time. Luz, good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thanks everybody for being here today. I'm going to start out by introducing myself. So my name is Luz Fernandez. I am Chief Digital Innovation and Technology at NCIA within NATO. NCIA is the NATO Communications and Informations Agency, and we are the tech and the cyber experts at NATO with a team of approximately 3,000 people spread across 29 different sites in Europe and in North America between civilians and the military. Today I'm going to talk to you about a topic which was just mentioned, which is digitally interconnected forces. Now, I must say, and going back a little bit about me, and I guess we have quite a diverse audience here. I joined NATO and the NCIA around 4 months ago. Before, my career was in industry. I was part of Amazon for the past year, where I was actually leading technology teams on network management and optimization. And many topics that I'm going to talk about today, we already saw in the civilian world and in use cases. So I hope that some of this can be familiar to you, not only from the let's say, military perspective, but also from the civilian use case. So going back to the topic, digitally interconnected forces. Today, we're faced with a geopolitical landscape that is extremely complex, and it is interconnected. And you've heard in previous talks how this doesn't only demand us to keep up with the rapidly evolving technology, but it also demands that our allied forces drive technology from a digital transformation part. We need to look at digital and interconnectivity as a key part of defense, and we start looking at things like reliability, at things like flexibility, at things like security by design, with a much wider view. At NATO, we look at a future that speaks about resiliency, it speaks about having strategic advantage of our forces, and we look at how we can tackle this rapidly evolving world. So let me start out with a metaphor, and you're going to see probably in the slides that you're seeing a picture. When we talk about digital transformation, and I'm going to take you to a metaphor. Imagine, and you see on this picture what we have a spoon. So let's say this could be perfectly in a foundry where you could be melting metal. And when you melt metal and you make it liquid, you will see how that metal starts adopting different shapes, and it starts adopting different forms, and the components of that metal start to mix. Well, digital transformation is similar. When we start off a transformation process and we look at existing infrastructure and the existing digital infrastructure, we more or less have the same process. Everything melts, everything takes different shapes and forms, and there's things that come into play, like interconnectivity, not only as a need, but also interconnectivity among systems, not only allied forces. At NATO, or at NCIA specifically, through this vision, we have designed a concept called the NATO Digital Foundry, which is an ecosystem which fosters innovation, it fosters experimentation, it looks at that interdependency and that interconnection. The NATO Digital Foundry comes as part of the NCIA technology strategy. Just a few weeks ago, we presented the NCIA technology strategy in an event at The Hague. We presented a working document, and we did it through a consultation session. It was not a formal presentation. The formal presentation will be at NATO Edge, which is taking place in December in Florida. In this consultation event, we gathered people from industry, we gathered NATO stakeholders, and we also gathered non-for-profit and academia to show, among other things, the 6 key technology themes that we have defined as key pillars towards 2030 to enable NATO's digital transformation. We also looked at critical success factors, which I have not mentioned here because it would give us for more than 15 minutes of a talk. But we also looked at critical success factors like people, like processes, like looking at different levels of maturity, like how do we upskill and prepare people, not only allied forces, let's say, but also the infrastructure that's behind to keep up with this. The 6 key technology pillars that we identified, you see them here, are quantum, which is our most forward-looking one. We also have data exploitation, which would be everything around AI, but not only AI, also where do we exploit the data, how do we exploit it, and so on. We also have space, which is a recent new domain that of course, we need to look at. We also have cybersecurity and cyberspace, and cybersecurity is something that needs to be implemented by design in everything that we do. And then we also look at cloud computing, and we look at next generation networks, which is something that is being spoken about a lot today in the Territory event. I'm not going to go through each one of them, because again, it would take me much more than 15 minutes, but I wanted to speak about specifically two. The first one would be cloud. And you might say, why cloud, if we're talking about connectivity? Well, because connectivity alone does not equal digital readiness. We need the proper infrastructure, and we need to be able to have something that has been spoken about here today already, which is interoperability. When we talk about interoperability, we not only need to talk about interoperability of systems, which is key, but we also need to talk about interoperability of allied forces, which is a different topic, and it might be dependent on systems. What cloud does is it enhances and it allows us to build the resiliency, the flexibility, the security that we need to enhance that connectivity. And at NCIA, we're working on cloud just like we're working on the other 6 key technology pillars. As I mentioned, this is not the only one. They're all interdependent and they're all highly interconnected. But it is key for us to have the right infrastructure to support that connectivity. And then we can start to talk about interconnected forces. When we look at 5G, for example, and beyond, we know that it enables data throughput, and it also enables edge computing, which is something that is critical for field operations today. Imagine our forces deployed in complex or hostile environments. And imagine them having access, for example, to real-time analytics, or imagine them having access to real-time situational awareness, or being able to communicate with their command centers as fast as possible with no latency, let's say, so that they could enable rapid decision-making, which is one of our key objectives. At NATO and at NCIA, that is our key goal. And we are doing this across different lines of collaboration, investigation, execution of different programs and projects and partnerships that we have. How do we do this? So we do this through, let's say, 3 different branches. The first one is awareness and influence. So we do a lot of technology watch. We look at 5G and beyond, of course. We look at specific future use cases and current use cases, and we develop scenarios. And we look at different systems that could be useful for those scenarios, for example, on tactical operations, or for example, on maritime operations, going back to the keynote that you just heard. We also look at how to establish capability development. So we experiment, we test, we develop MVPs. We take those scenarios that we've designed, let's say, and we see what is the capability that is needed. We also, and this is key to us, ensure security. We ensure security, and we do it by design on 5G and on IMT standards. We look a lot at standardization, which is something that we need to talk about when we look at digitally interconnected forces. What are we involved in today? So within NCIA, we have different branches of action. We not only have the technology strategy, which I just mentioned, which is an ongoing effort, and we collaborate, like I said, with different industry partners, with different academia, and non-for-profit, and we also collaborate with our different NATO stakeholders. We are also involved in how do we spread those reference use cases? How do we conduct background investigation work? To give you one example, we had a study on 5G along with the University of Aveiro in Portugal. I might mention, some of you might be familiar also with NATO's Sweet Spot on 5G study that was conducted with a consulting company in this case, which actually looked at the possibility and future scenarios on 5G. We've been doing this since 2019, and it has evolved. We have another project that we have just established, which is the multinational 5G project, which is a multinational effort with different countries in which we look at specific use cases and how 5G can enable and can give strategic advantage in different aspects or scenarios to our allied forces. And we do this in an informed and in an unbiased way. We are also part of different advisory councils. So there is currently an ongoing European Multinational Advisory Council on 6G, and NCIA is part of this, looking, like I said, at future scenarios where this could be used. We have two main challenges here, and this is what I wanted to leave you with, let's say. The first main challenge is that when we look at commercial applications today on the market, the case for specific defense use cases, or the existence of specific defense use cases, is very little. We have a lot of commercial applications on anything related to next generation networks and everything related to communications and interconnectivity, but we do not have a lot of use cases where it can be applied for defense. And we need you, in this case, if you're in industry or in NFPs or in academia, to help us with that collaboration and that definition of use cases. The second big challenge is isolation. I'm sure that you've heard before presentations on digital transformation, which is a much wider concept on how we need to collaborate and everything needs to be smooth and everything needs to be transparent. And it was just mentioned here on the panel on IA, for example, on AI, sorry. When we look at the progress that's being made today on communications, it is isolated. We see there is a lot of research going on in different academic bodies. For example, we see companies that have and are developing specific technologies and specific applications. We see that nations also invest in different efforts towards communicating and being connected, but that collaboration needs to be enlarged so that we can actually be a wider digitally interconnected forces across the aliens in this case. And this is where I'm looking at you. So in the same way that with our technology strategy, we have involved academia, non-for-profit, and we have involved different NATO stakeholders, when we look at interconnectivity, collaboration is key. So each of us have a role in this, whether you're in a lab doing research or if you're part of a company looking at the future of 5G, 6G, beyond, when we look at a defense perspective, or if you're part of any sort of nation body. How, and I will leave you with this question, how can we enlarge those partnerships and make that collaboration larger so that we can actually be, let's say, a wider force? Thank you. I'm going to open up the floor for questions, I guess, or he will open up the floor for questions.
Thank you, Luz. So, any questions? If you dare, of course, please put up your hand. You don't have to name your company and a name, just ask your question. Where's the microphones? Down there? Yeah. So, the audience? Yeah, I know, that's quite tricky. I have one question. Are we safe?
Okay.
Are we safe?
Are we safe? That is a very good question, and that is a very difficult question to answer. I would answer it in the sense of how much more safe can we be? And we can certainly always be safer as we move forward with the different technologies that we have at hand. Like I said, and I just showed you, and again, it would give me for another talk. We have 6 different key technology pillars that we're working on. And of course, NCIA's mission and NATO's global mission, let's say, is to precisely keep 1 billion citizens safe. As we keep on looking at use cases, not only from the perspective of how do we start using technology, but from the perspective of how do we look at the different threats that we have with the advancement of technology across quantum, across cloud, across across next generation networks, across artificial intelligence, data exploitation, everything around cybersecurity, and of course space and cyberspace, which are 2 domains, we will be able to be more safe.
And on regulation side, are you in any way covered by European legislation, and are there regulations you would like to be, I don't know, changed, adapted? Where are we now? Because we are on strategy and policy and strategy stage. So.
Well, I can speak, of course, I'm part of NCIA, and NATO is a very wide world, but I can tell, for example, that we do have a specific body, which is NATO Digital Staff, and they take care specifically of policies. And if you're familiarized with NATO, one key example is the strategy on 5G and the policy on 5G that was issued, I think, a year ago by the NATO digital staff. So everything we do, yes, we look at it from a policy perspective as well.
Thank you, Luth.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, this is the moment where you have to scan that QR code, please, and give us your evaluation for the whole session, for both speeches, so we can be better next time, please. Yeah, QR code, or you go directly to Slido and write down 5G_PS. Yep. So that's how you do that, and please make sure it works. Then we have Side Expo, which is a great opportunity. Please, you find it in rooms L and T. You'll find the expo area here on the second floor in Conference Center. During our lunch break, coffee break, any other break, please, free moment to have to check out our expo rooms. They're packed with some really cool innovation stands, demos, startups waiting for you to discover. So please use that opportunity when you walk around on the second floor. It's rooms L and T that way. I guess we are having now a little break, and that break, wow, we're very quick. That break will end at 2 o'clock. The lunch break will start in some 20 minutes. Or maybe you can start now here with some cookies. And we will be back at 2 o'clock here, or any other stage you prefer. And most importantly, that break is down there in the lobby next to the registration. So, yeah, 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Latvia. It's a runway from which ideas soar and travel with the winds of the world. And so it has been from the very start. Difficult times have shaped us, refining our ability to try out, to experiment, and ultimately to see the value in both the simple and the complex. Whether it's snow and ice paving the way to brilliant victories, or cutting-edge military communication technologies safeguarding security and bridging connections across the globe. The people of Latvia infuse heart, creativity, and power into every string they touch. It's in our nature to be part of nature, embracing the challenges of today and tomorrow on a global scale, surprising others with our skills and determination. Where does our strength spring from? It comes from connecting eco-friendly with essential, traditional with futuristic technologies, craftsmanship with visionaries, voices with dance steps, and hard work with the sweet fruits of labor. We're right here, amidst forests, rivers, meadows, and the sea, determined to ascend towards the next accomplishments. Latvia, it's a playground for creative experimentation, a connector of worlds, always ready for new challenges. Restless in nature, united in mission. Mission Latvia.
My name is Linda, and I'm leading the think tank Cyberbridge Forum that has its focus on cybersecurity skilling, talent development, and building communities. For the last 2 days, we have had 35 members gathered from all over the Nordic and Baltic countries. What is common for them all is that they're passionate, they're knowledgeable, and they're motivated to make a difference within cybersecurity. And I'm completely sure that we will make a difference because we can be able to collaborate across borders, do much more knowledge sharing, and actually make a huge difference by working together.
I think that the Cyberbridge Forum fills an important gap because we're all small countries with limited resources, and cybersecurity is a big topic that covers several disciplines.
The think tank has been a great way to meet colleagues from the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries. And I see their experiences in other countries which are more advanced in this area that we need to address in Sweden, so we can learn from. But also, no one has solutions for all the problems that we see. And there we can collaborate, coming up with curricula, for instance, for problems and issues and solutions.
I think we're in an emergency. I think a lot of people in the cybersecurity community are basically saying the cyber war has already begun. And I would say that's probably true. And I think it's also important to have this kind of forum where people like me who actually come from the sort of tech community can talk to people who don't and in some sense see the wide gap and think about ways to bridge it.
Digital twins are digital copies of real-world phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. Accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And discrete element model-based computer code suitable for high-performance computing to simulate sea ice. These Nordic cryosphere solutions will become a part of the digital model of the world.
The Baltic Container Terminal is one of the main logistic hubs in the Baltics. More than 260,000 containers are handled here every year. Every action here must be coordinated precisely. Until now, mutual communication and the operation of internal systems were ensured by a Wi-Fi network. However, this solution has its shortcomings. Firstly, tens of Wi-Fi access points are required for this territory. A network cable has to be connected to each, and electricity must be provided. Secondly, communication in a port terminal often takes place in motion, and using existing Wi-Fi technology, communications are often lost. Thirdly, when lots of Wi-Fi signals overlap, network interference arises. These shortcomings disrupt the smooth flow of work. What's the answer? Quite simply, LMT is the first in the Baltics to introduce a private 5G network on such an industrial territory. Only recently, this seemed impossible. Now, it is economically viable and very simple to do. Firstly, LMT conducts research of the existing infrastructure and radio planning. The good news is that the 5G private network can be built on the foundation of the existing network infrastructure. Therefore, previously about 20 Wi-Fi access points were required here to ensure good network coverage. For a private 5G network, we only require 1 or 2 5G antennas, thanks to greater transmission power. The new private network technology can augment and replace existing network technologies. Thus, it can correct the shortcomings evident in existing network technologies like Wi-Fi and others. 5G ensures a stable connection while in motion. We are already taking our umpteenth turn around this territory and have never once lost our connection. 5G offers the opportunity to replace old analog walkie-talkies with modern communications. Now we can not only talk, but also send photos and videos to our work colleagues. How are you now, Yanni? Does everything work? Yes, Carly. Everything is great. Thank you. The private network operates on its own separate licensed radio frequency. Thus, we get less network interferences and can ensure a better, high-quality network connection without interruptions. However, possibly the most significant 5G network advantage is security. As long as a special 5G private network SIM card has not been inserted, it will not be possible to connect to the network. If you want to own your own private mobile network in your factory, warehouse, or elsewhere, call LMT or visit systemas.lmt.lv and apply for a consultation.
The Latvian Council of Science is the national contact point for Horizon Europe program. Our experts consult and organize informative seminars to ensure the program is visible and accessible to all the potential participants. We are open for cooperation and encourage you to use all opportunities offered by international programs to foster collaboration and achieve the goals of excellent science.
Horizon Europe is the EU's key funding programme for research and innovation, with a budget of €95.5 billion, making it the most ambitious programme implemented by the European Union. Horizon Europe programme First Pillar aims to strengthen and broaden the excellence of the EU's science. In the second pillar, research and innovation activities are carried out in the 6 thematic clusters: health, culture, creativity and inclusive society, civil security for society, digital, industry and space, climate, energy and mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment.
The third pillar offers opportunities by the European Innovation Council that are especially valuable for startups and SMEs. The EIC supports innovation during their entire life cycle, from early-stage research, technology transfer and concept generation to market entry and scale-up.
Widening participation and strengthening the European research area provide an opportunity for Latvian participants to be coordinators and improve their results in international research and innovation processes. Horizon Europe projects are mostly submitted by international consortia, including research institutions, companies, higher education institutions, public administration, and public bodies.
The SNS ICE project is the ambassador of the SNS-JU, creating synergies and fostering collaboration among European and global stakeholders, working on the development and validation of future 6G smart networks and services. It positions SNS-JU activities and achievements in major European, vertical and global forums, engaging stakeholders from industry, academia, SMEs and associations.
6G is crucial for enhancing Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty, but also improving the future business environments and our daily life. In order to achieve this goal, Europe should heavily invest in building and designing future communication networks and smart services.
The Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking is tasked with funding, facilitating and promoting European research and innovation for future connectivity systems. To accomplish these ambitious results, the SNS ICE project works on several fronts. Promote international collaboration for 6G smart networks and services, fostering strategic synergies with international actors. Promote collaboration among European stakeholders originating from SNS-JU projects, national initiatives and EU member states. Map European 6G KPIs to those of other regions, identify commonalities and differences in the respective stakeholders' 6G vision, and promote a common European front on 6G use case prioritization. Engage with key vertical industries through established associations to identify their requirements, analyze their respective needs and roadmaps, and create a tracking tool mapping relevant SNS-JU use cases, perform surveys, and critically analyze input from multiple heterogeneous sources to establish the global, European and vertical priorities in 6G and inform the community via relevant publication and dissemination actions. Develop policy recommendations and implement a strategic promotion program to ensure effective dissemination.
One second, and thousands of stars are born and die in the universe. 1 second, and Google receives 3 million inquiries. 1 second, and each person generates 1.5 megabytes of data on average. The importance of data, as well as its speed and volume, keeps growing. The Riga TV Tower is the tallest TV tower in the European Union. In just 20 years, it has become the most important internet connection hub for Latvia. And not only. As communications operators, authorities, and each and every person increasingly demand more secure data transmission and storage services, the tower now offers the latest Tier 3 data center. It means more floor space, megawatts of power, and petabytes of data, but most importantly, a connection close to all global digital resources for all of our customers. If you are in the tower, you are everywhere. Its power and connection diversity open the doors to the European and global data metropolises. As people need solutions, not just technologies, we offer software for the remote management of networks, operations, and businesses with 24/7 customer assistance. The software visualizes data processing and storage resources, allowing us to offer more standalone virtual servers from the same location, enabling private access and solution flexibility for each and every customer, as well as unprecedented efficiency, including energy efficiency. While your hardware enjoys our climate, you are able to reap the economic benefits of our solution. We invite local authorities and businesses, as well as foreign businesses interested in the quality and security offered by the unique combination of the infrastructure and personal capacity to visit us. We are visionaries of IT solutions that already power huge data transmission capacities in the entire world and are able to connect to any place on the planet. See you in the Riga TV Tower, as 1 second will become more and more important. Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tieto-Every. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy, but their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tieto-Every from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tieto-Every's corporate finances, because Tieto-Every Riga houses the Tieto-Every Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
The 5G Data Hub presents relevant data and metrics tailored to the unique needs and priorities of different actors in the field of 5G and 6G. The tool aims to track 5G development across the Nordic-Baltic region, highlight innovative uses of 5G technology, and enhance cross-border collaboration by connecting stakeholders. Type in nordregioprojects.org/digihub and click on the data dashboard. The dashboard shows 5G coverage and 5G activities like innovations and testbeds. You can switch between the views by clicking on the icon. You can also zoom in and out using the scroll button and click on different activities to learn more. In the upper right corner of the map, you can choose to filter by country, urbanization degree, and percent of household covered. To the right, there's a search function where you can type in a keyword, like drones. If we have a look at the right corner in the top, you'll find the menu. The 5G Analytics section page offers a clear comparative overview, allowing you to select and compare multiple countries. Here you can access the information coming from our 5G survey and get an overview of main vendors, 5G application development stages, types of networks, industry verticals, main operators, and 5G application cases technology. You can also learn more about 5G coverage analytics and filter it. Further down in the menu, you find the National Indicators section. Here you see the indicators specific to the Nordic-Baltic region from the Mobile Market DESI tool about 5G mobile broadband coverage and 5G spectrum. Additionally, you can access national reports in the menu and learn more about the 5G status for the country chosen. Discover things like commercial operators, rollout indicators, challenges and strengths, interesting initiatives and main verticals, 5G applications, and testbeds. Also notice that you can download the data.
Every business requires a favorable place to flourish, like a seed that needs watering, like a plant needs the sun. We in Latvia have grown to know that sustainable innovation has no limit. And that's not just because we're one of the greenest countries in the world. Latvia is a member state of the world's most powerful military alliance, NATO, and the European Union. It's the EU's third greatest renewable energy consumer, with the second most competitive tax system in the OECD countries. But it's the people that achieve the impossible. We're both dreamers and doers, with profound experience in software development, AI, automation, and robotics. Among us, you'll find restless minds keen on developing mission-driven, deep tech ecosystems. As one of the world's leading players in the development, manufacture, and supply of optical fibers, and as a beacon of biomedicine with organs on a chip, Latvia has more than meets the eye, and it's bustling with ideas. This is where the world of innovation meets. With direct flights to more than 100 cities worldwide, Latvia has the biggest airport in the Baltics. So if you're thinking sustainable innovations, think Latvia. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether BRT, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource: radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling. In other words, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The ability of existing and future wireless gadgets and systems to function acceptably in their electromagnetic environment. We are often called radio spectrum architects because we stand behind the scenes of this complicated spectrum management process. Spectrum planning isn't simply about forecasting in an intuitive manner. It is a procedure by which each decision is judged for its ability to meet the objectives. It requires us to be informed and able to respond to changing industry trends. When planning the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. Today, radio frequency environment is more crowded than ever. Radio signals are everywhere, and it needs to be observed. Spectrum monitoring gives us the information needed to optimize spectrum for maximum utilization and facilitates the identification of illegal or interference signals. When monitoring the spectrum, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. With the rapid growth of wireless devices, coexistence without interference of all these gadgets has become a topic of concern. We carry out the relevant activities promoting installation and use of compliant radio equipment and restricting the use of non-compliant radio equipment. By doing it, we provide electromagnetic compatibility. The better the order in the radio frequency spectrum, the less interference we can expect. However, if they appear for some reason, who you gonna call? Interference busters. These are our guys. It's not hard to guess that by solving interference problems, we also provide electromagnetic compatibility. We're striving for continuous improvement in everything we do. That leads us to innovations. No matter, big, small, tangible, or intangible, each invention takes part in a chain reaction that brings our customers closer to new technological opportunities and enables Latvia to become one of the most innovative countries on Earth. Sustainable innovations help us not only to grow our core business, but also develop commercial services that have value and industry demand. Wide range of customer-specific radio signal measurements, consulting and training on spectrum management issues, radio monitoring software Skudra, that is unique self-made solution created for spectrum supervision. Yes, and game changer event, 5G Techritory. That is our invention too that we are proud of, because it gives us and our customers the opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from world-leading experts and innovators. You will ask how we deal with this. Thanks to our staff, that is our biggest resource and our power. Engineers by profession and innovators by calling.
The Nordics, a place to belong and to thrive. We're different, but also alike. Above all, we are united on a common journey to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We do this by helping to generate new business in the public and private sectors, while safeguarding our innovative power and the region's competitiveness. Raise your hand. Be heard. Trust is the foundation of what we do each day. We encourage people to capitalize on our state-of-the-art innovation, research, and science for a sustainable future. We aspire to make the circular economy a reality for the future of the Nordics. It's all about how we get from A to B, the energy we produce, what we eat, and how we live. Robust and sustainable growth, equality, and welfare enable us to secure jobs and financial dynamism, giving us the scope to act when a crisis arises. We strive to lead the way toward the ever more human-centric and responsible use of data and technology, while enhancing our competitiveness. We share stories and culture. In the Nordics, soft power is our superpower. Our Nordic leadership is based on openness, integrity, and the ability to combine economic growth with stable democracies. Together, we stand stronger for a better tomorrow.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tieto-Evry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tieto-Evry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tieto-Evry's corporate finances, because Tieto-Evry Riga houses the Tieto-Evry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
Latvia. It's a runway from which ideas soar and travel with the winds of the world. And so it has been from the very start. Difficult times have shaped us, refining our ability to try out, to experiment, and ultimately, to see the value in both the simple and the complex. Whether it's snow and ice paving the way to brilliant victories, or cutting-edge military communication technologies safeguarding security and bridging connections across the globe, the people of Latvia infuse heart, creativity, and power into every string they touch. It's in our nature to be part of nature, embracing the challenges of today and tomorrow on a global scale. Surprising others with our skills and determination. Where does our strength spring from? It comes from connecting eco-friendly with essential, traditional with futuristic technologies, craftsmanship with visionaries, voices with dance steps, and hard work with the sweet fruits of labor. We're right here, amidst forests, rivers, meadows, and the sea, determined to ascend towards the next accomplishments. Latvia, it's a playground for creative experimentation, a connector of worlds, always ready for new challenges. restless in nature, united in mission. Mission Latvia.
My name is Linda, and I'm leading the think tank Cyberbridge Forum that has its focus on cybersecurity skilling, talent development, and building communities. For the last 2 days, we have had 35 members gathered from all over the Nordic and Baltic countries. What is common for them all is that they're passionate, they're knowledgeable, and they're motivated to make a difference within cybersecurity. And I'm completely sure that we will make a difference because we can be able to collaborate across borders, do much more knowledge sharing, and actually make a huge difference by working together.
I think that the Cyberbridge Forum fills an important gap because we're all small countries with limited resources, and cybersecurity is a big topic that covers several disciplines.
The think tank has been a great way to meet colleagues from the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries. And I see their experiences in other countries which are more advanced in this area that we need to address in Sweden, so we can learn from. But also, no one has solutions for all the problems that we see. And there we can collaborate, coming up with curricula, for instance, for problems and issues and solutions.
I think we're in an emergency. I think a lot of people in the cybersecurity community are basically saying the cyber war has already begun. And I would say that's probably true. And I think it's also important to have this kind of forum where people like me who actually come from the sort of tech community can talk to people who don't and in some sense see the wide gap and think about ways to bridge it.
Digital twins are digital copies of real-world phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. Accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And discrete element model-based computer code suitable for high-performance computing to simulate sea ice. These Nordic cryosphere solutions will become a part of the digital model of the world.
The Baltic Container Terminal is one of the main logistic hubs in the Baltics. More than 260,000 containers are handled here every year. Every action here must be coordinated precisely. Until now, mutual communication and the operation of internal systems were ensured by a Wi-Fi network. However, this solution has its shortcomings. Firstly, tens of Wi-Fi access points are required for this territory. A network cable has to be connected to each, and electricity must be provided. Secondly, communication in a port terminal often takes place in motion, and using existing Wi-Fi technology, communications are often lost. Thirdly, when lots of Wi-Fi signals overlap, network interference arises. These shortcomings disrupt the smooth flow of work. What's the answer? Quite simply, LMT is the first in the Baltics to introduce a private 5G network on such an industrial territory. Only recently, this seemed impossible. Now, it is economically viable and very simple to do. Firstly, LMT conducts research of the existing infrastructure and radio planning. The good news is that the 5G private network can be built on the foundation of the existing network infrastructure. Therefore, previously about 20 Wi-Fi access points were required here to ensure good network coverage. For a private 5G network, we only require 1 or 2 5G antennas, thanks to greater transmission power. The new private network technology can augment and replace existing network technologies. Thus, it can correct the shortcomings evident in existing network technologies like Wi-Fi and others. 5G ensures a stable connection while in motion. We are already taking our umpteenth turn around this territory and have never once lost our connection. 5G offers the opportunity to replace old analog walkie-talkies with modern communications. Now we can not only talk, but also send photos and videos to our work colleagues. How are you now, Yanni? Does everything work? Yes, Carly. Everything is great. Thank you. The private network operates on its own separate licensed radio frequency. Thus, we get less network interferences and can ensure a better, high-quality network connection without interruptions. However, possibly the most significant 5G network advantage is security. As long as a special 5G private network SIM card has not been inserted, it will not be possible to connect to the network. If you want to own your own private mobile network in your factory, warehouse, or elsewhere, call LMT or visit systemas.lmt.lv and apply for a consultation.
The Latvian Council of Science is the national contact point for Horizon Europe program. Our experts consult and organize informative seminars to ensure the program is visible and accessible to all the potential participants. We are open for cooperation and encourage you to use all opportunities offered by international programs to foster collaboration and achieve the goals of excellent science.
Horizon Europe is the EU's key funding programme for research and innovation, with a budget of €95.5 billion, making it the most ambitious programme implemented by the European Union. Horizon Europe programme First Pillar aims to strengthen and broaden the excellence of the EU's science. In the second pillar, research and innovation activities are carried out in the 6 thematic clusters: health, culture, creativity and inclusive society, civil security for society, digital, industry and space, climate, energy and mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment.
The third pillar offers opportunities by the European Innovation Council that are especially valuable for startups and SMEs. The EIC supports innovation during their entire life cycle, from early-stage research, technology transfer and concept generation to market entry and scale-up.
Widening participation and strengthening the European research area provide an opportunity for Latvian participants to be coordinators and improve their results in international research and innovation processes. Horizon Europe projects are mostly submitted by international consortia, including research institutions, companies, higher education institutions, public administration, and public bodies.
The SNS ICE project is the ambassador of the SNS-JU, creating synergies and fostering collaboration among European and global stakeholders, working on the development and validation of future 6G smart networks and services. It positions SNS-JU activities and achievements in major European, vertical and global forums, engaging stakeholders from industry, academia, SMEs and associations.
6G is crucial for enhancing Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty, but also improving the future business environments and our daily life. In order to achieve this goal, Europe should heavily invest in building and designing future communication networks and smart services.
The Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking is tasked with funding, facilitating and promoting European research and innovation for future connectivity systems. To accomplish these ambitious results, the SNS ICE project works on several fronts. Promote international collaboration for 6G smart networks and services, fostering strategic synergies with international actors. Promote collaboration among European stakeholders originating from SNS-JU projects, national initiatives and EU member states. Map European 6G KPIs to those of other regions, identify commonalities and differences in the respective stakeholders' 6G vision, and promote a common European front on 6G use case prioritization. Engage with key vertical industries through established associations to identify their requirements, analyze their respective needs and roadmaps, and create a tracking tool mapping relevant SNS-JU use cases, perform surveys, and critically analyze input from multiple heterogeneous sources to establish the global, European and vertical priorities in 6G, and inform the community via relevant publication and dissemination actions. develop policy recommendations, and implement a strategic promotion program to ensure effective dissemination.
One second, and thousands of stars are born and die in the universe. 1 second, and Google receives 3 million inquiries. 1 second, and each person generates 1.5 megabytes of data on average. The importance of data, as well as its speed and volume, keeps growing. The Riga TV Tower is the tallest TV tower in the European Union. In just 20 years, it has become the most important internet connection hub for Latvia. And not only. As communications operators, authorities, and each and every person increasingly demand more secure data transmission and storage services, the tower now offers the latest Tier 3 data center. It means more floor space, megawatts of power, and petabytes of data, but most importantly, a connection close to all global digital resources for all of our customers. If you are in the tower, you are everywhere. Its power and connection diversity open the doors to the European and global data metropolises. As people need solutions, not just technologies, we offer software for the remote management of networks, operations, and businesses with 24/7 customer assistance. The software visualizes data processing and storage resources, allowing us to offer more standalone virtual servers from the same location, enabling private access and solution flexibility for each and every customer, as well as unprecedented efficiency, including energy efficiency. While your hardware enjoys our climate, you are able to reap the economic benefits of our solution. We invite local authorities and businesses, as well as foreign businesses interested in the quality and security offered by the unique combination of the infrastructure and personal capacity to visit us. We are visionaries of IT solutions that already power huge data transmission capacities in the entire world and are able to connect to any place on the planet. See you in the Riga TV Tower, as 1 second will become more and more important. Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tieto-Every. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tieto-Every from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tieto-Every's corporate finances, because Tieto-Every Riga houses the Tieto-Every Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
The 5G Data Hub presents relevant data and metrics tailored to the unique needs and priorities of different actors in the field of 5G and 6G. The tool aims to track 5G development across the Nordic-Baltic region, highlight innovative uses of 5G technology, and enhance cross-border collaboration by connecting stakeholders. Type in nordregioprojects.org/digihub and click on the data dashboard. The dashboard shows 5G coverage and 5G activities like innovations and testbeds. You can switch between the views by clicking on the icon. You can also zoom in and out using the scroll button and click on different activities to learn more. In the upper right corner of the map, you can choose to filter by country, urbanization degree, and percent of household covered. To the right, there is a search function where you can type in a keyword, like drones. If we have a look at the right corner in the top, you'll find the menu. The 5G Analytics section page offers a clear comparative overview, allowing you to select and compare multiple countries. Here you can access the information coming from our 5G survey and get an overview of main vendors, 5G application development stages, types of networks, industry verticals, main operators, and 5G application cases technology. You can also learn more about 5G coverage analytics and filter it. Further down in the menu, you find the National Indicators section. Here you see the indicators specific to the Nordic-Baltic region from the Mobile Market DESI tool about 5G mobile broadband coverage and 5G spectrum. Additionally, you can access national reports in the menu and learn more about the 5G status for the country chosen. Discover things like commercial operators, rollout indicators, challenges and strengths, interesting initiatives and main verticals, 5G applications, and testbeds. Also notice that you can download the data.
Every business requires a favorable place to flourish, like a seed that needs watering, like a plant needs the sun. We in Latvia have grown to know that sustainable innovation has no limit. And that's not just because we're one of the greenest countries in the world. Latvia is a member state of the world's most powerful military alliance, NATO, and the European Union. It's the EU's third greatest renewable energy consumer, with the second most competitive tax system in the OECD countries. But it's the people that achieve the impossible. We're both dreamers and doers, with profound experience in software development, AI, automation, and robotics. Among us, you'll find restless minds keen on developing mission-driven, deep tech ecosystems. As one of the world's leading players in the development, manufacture, and supply of optical fibers, and as a beacon of biomedicine with organs on a chip, Latvia has more than meets the eye, and it's bustling with ideas. This is where the world of innovation meets. With direct flights to more than 100 cities worldwide, Latvia has the biggest airport in the Baltics. So if you're thinking sustainable innovations, think Latvia. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does.
Please take your seats. Let us begin. So, welcome to our next session. Absolutely great discussion panel. Everyone's ready. This is going to be Quantum Solutions as the next frontier in network security, hosted by Latvia State Radio and Television Center. Normally, if we talk about quantum technologies, all the people who do understand anything at all are on stage. I guess this is going to be different because there's so many people who know what we're talking about in the audience. But before, please start with a video.
1 second, and thousands of stars are born and die in the universe. 1 second, and Google receives 3 million inquiries. 1 second, and each person generates 1.5 megabytes of data on average. The importance of data, as well as its speed and volume, keeps growing. The Riga TV Tower is the tallest TV tower in the European Union. In just 20 years, it has become the most important internet connection hub for Latvia. And not only. As communications operators, authorities, and each and every person increasingly demand more secure data transmission and storage services, the tower now offers the latest Tier 3 data center. It means more floor space, megawatts of power, and petabytes of data, but most importantly, a connection close to all global digital resources for all of our customers. If you are in the tower, you are everywhere. Its power and connection diversity open the doors to the European and global data metropolises. As people need solutions, not just technologies, we offer software for the remote management of networks, operations, and businesses with 24/7 customer assistance. The software visualizes data processing and storage resources, allowing us to offer more standalone virtual servers from the same location, enabling private access and solution flexibility for each and every customer, as well as unprecedented efficiency, including energy efficiency. While your hardware enjoys our climate, you are able to reap the economic benefits of our solution. We invite local authorities and businesses, as well as foreign businesses interested in the quality and security offered by the unique combination of the infrastructure and personal capacity to visit us. We are visionaries of IT solutions that already power huge data transmission capacities in the entire world and are able to connect to any place on the planet. See you in the Riga TV Tower, as 1 second will become more and more important.
So thank you and a round of applause to our host, Latvia State Radio and Television Center. But moderated, this event, this session will be by senior editor at TNW, a Financial Times company, Linnea Algrön. Welcome, Linnea.
Thank you very much. Thank you, that's very generous. With me on stage, I have Leo Trukshans, lead quantum key distribution engineer at Latvia State Radio and Television Center, Gianpaolo Panariello, CTO of network infrastructure at Nokia. Next to him is Armando Nolasco Pinto, full professor in the Department of Electronics, Telecommunications and Informatics of the University of Aveiro, and leader of the Quantum Communications Research Group at the Instituto de Telecomunicações. Then we have Simo Hallikainen, senior system designer and specialist at Erillisverkot, focusing on secure communications and quantum encryption technologies. Welcome, Simo. And then down the line, we have Simone Capelletto, CEO of Think Quantum and a governing board member of the Italian chapter of the European Quantum Industry Consortium. Welcome to the panelists, please. On my ride in the taxi here today, I was talking to the taxi driver about what the panel that I was attending was about, and I said it's about quantum networks, and he's like, oh, this is something like Cosmos technologies. And while we may not have the opportunity to delve into quantum mechanics specifically to that depth today, I would say that for some, yes, it might seem as if it is. And I'm fairly certain that in the audience today we have both what we could call the quantum curious and perhaps also those that already have a very deep technological understanding of quantum technologies for communications. So for the experts in the room, I would ask that you bear with us for a little while, because I would just like to take a few minutes to establish some of the concepts that we are talking about, and then we will sort of funnel that down into more technical detail. And of course, you will all have opportunities to ask questions from the panel towards the end of the discussion today. Simone, if you will, I would like to start with tasking you with giving us a brief explanation of what quantum communication technologies entail, what does it mean to have a quantum safe network, and also what is the Quantum Industry Consortium's role in promoting these technologies in Europe?
Okay, thank you, and thank you to your organizer for inviting the European Quantum Industry Consortium, that is grouping all companies that in Europe are dealing with quantum technology, from quantum computing, sensing, and communication. And just to try to give a proper answer to your question, I will ask all the professors of quantum and so on to be very passionate, because I will try to be quite direct to the point. Basically, you all know that the system, the technology we are using in cybersecurity since 50 years, basically digital, no? And are based on the complexity, on the computing complexity, to break those processes, to break those protocols. With the advent of quantum computing, we know that a lot of these protocols will be broken by the quantum computers. And when we talk about quantum computing, please keep in mind we are not talking about number of bit, hardware development, but also a new mindset, new computer scientists that are now studying in the university and are going to develop new algorithms in the future that at the moment is still under development, and nobody of us can understand how will be the computer science in 10 years. Huh? Sometimes I like to compare that because a lot of focus usually is on the hardware, but to me very important to focus also on the computer science. It's like to be in the 50s with a computer scientist working on the Turing machine. Now we are in the early stage of computer sciences for quantum computing. So quantum computing, including algorithms, are going to develop quickly and are going to break a lot of protocol that today we are using. What to do? There's basically two solutions on the market, two solutions that were coming from university, but now they are mature in terms of commercially system that you can buy, you can implement in your network. On one side, you have this very solution based on math, as we were developing the problem in the last 50 years. So the post-quantum cryptography is defining solution, creating problem that will be complex also for the quantum computing. And the strength of this new protocol will be still on the complexity of this product, of these products, this problem. And we have to keep in mind that with this we come also with the quantum agility, with the cyber agility, that is to be able to understand when a protocol starts to be weak, start to be attacked, and to be able to change it, to update it quickly. On the other side, another solution is to use some fundamental property of the quantum physics to start implementing new protocols that are based on the principle of physics. So they are not based on complexity, on computing complexity, but on the principle of physics. One property of the quantum particle is the possibility to intercept if something is cloned, because there's a theorem that says that quantum physics, that quantum particle cannot be cloned. Man in the middle, listening for a classical communication, can listen the message and retransmit the message without anybody realizing that there was a man in the middle. With quantum physics, you can understand if someone is listening your qubit, because it's increasing the quantum noise of the channel. That's the basically principle that we have here. And with quantum communication, now we come to the solution, quantum safe. What does it mean? Quantum safe means to have an holistic approach to the networking, to the cybersecurity in a scenario where the quantum computer has broken a lot of today protocol. And quantum solution now, I guess there's more or less a good agreement in the community. Quantum safe networking will be based in the good use of all the tools that we have. On one side, PQC. On the other side, also the quantum communication that are based on this property of quantum physics. In this second area, we have a quantum key distribution that is already mature, commercially mature. And we have then other protocols that are coming in the future that are mainly under development. I would say this is like a big frame, not to lose too much, not to waste too much time into introduction, because I guess there's a lot of people that has a lot of story to tell us and very interesting, but this is a kind of frame that we have. To say about the maturity of this, I was introducing myself saying that I'm belonging and bringing here the experience of the European Quantum Industry Consortium. Is a consortium where we have already 200 companies that in Europe are dealing with quantum technologies. This is very important because 10 years ago Europe invested in science, that is with the quantum flagship, with a huge investment in science, and now this science is moving into technologies. In this consortia, we have large groups, but a lot of startups that come out from universities with an initiative that comes from this previous year of development of science, and now they're facing the market. I would say this is the overall picture, and now I would hand over the discussion to the colleagues of the floor here, that maybe they are more experienced on the application and installation.
Thank you so much, Simone. I will turn to Armando next. Could you tell us who needs quantum safe networks, and why does it matter now when Q-Day, as we may call it, when a quantum computer will break the internet, is still some way away, still unsure how long, but why does it matter now before we have a quantum computer powerful enough to break these encryptions? And also, could you perhaps tell us, in your experience, how do you balance the academic research with the real-world applications?
Well, thank you. Yeah, that is quite an easy question in the sense that I think that everyone needs to be concerned with that, because everyone in some ways depend on digital data, depend on telecommunications, depend on the security of our infrastructure. Of course, not all data has the same lifespan. Let's say my credit card number, well, I'm only concerned for the next maybe 1 year or 2 years, because after that it's going to expire. But like my genomic data, for instance, will be much more important, because that tells a lot about myself, but also a lot about my sons, and a lot about my grandsons that I still don't have. So the importance of the information dictates how quick you should do this transition. So as Simon pointed out, I think that is clear to everyone that we have to do something. So our society, the security of our digital society is protected by computational complexity, and eventually in the future will be still protected by computational complexity, but we can also add some quantum technologies on that and try to make that more resilient. So in fact, the computational complexity is vulnerable to 2 types of evolutions, both computational power and also the algorithms. In fact, the quantum computer is going to bring a huge step in terms of computational power, because we already know, even if we don't have a large quantum computer, we already know that there are some algorithms, and that the algorithms are already known to everyone that can break the protocols that we use nowadays, at least to distribute public keys. So in that sense, I think that we should prepare for that, and I think that most of the countries are doing that in that process. And of course, we also have to consider basically 3 things. What is the expected time that the Q-Day can arrive? So what is the time frame that we can expect that a quantum computer can be large enough to break the nowadays quantum cryptographic protocols? Well, really, to be honest, nobody really knows. We can bet on 10 years, maybe, well, like last week, there were a paper that came out from some researchers from Shanghai University, where they claim that they have broken the RSA 50 bits. Well, it's only 50 bits. In fact, RSA is 2048 bits, so there is still quite a gap. But we are doing this progress, so maybe 10 years could make sense. Maybe is reasonable. We also have to consider how much time this transition process is going to take. Well, we cannot predict the future, but we can look back onto the past. And if we look back into the transitions between the SSL and the TLS that is used nowadays in the HTTPS that secure our internet, you can see that the transitions took around also 10 years. So there are still servers that use the SSL, even if it is not secure anymore. So the transition is something that is not going to happen from one day to another. It's going to take years, eventually decades. And the other point is how important is your information and how long you want to make that information secret. Well, you can put these numbers. There are even a formula from Professor Mosca of the University of Waterloo, and they give you some numbers. But I would say that, well, if you want to keep your information secure for 10 years, it's about time to do that transition, because otherwise, let's say the frame, the window for this transition is about to close. In fact, NIST start this process, standardize already some post-quantum cryptographic algorithms, and in the US they are already starting this transition at full gas. I guess in Europe, most of the countries, there are also some directives. Most of the countries is already starting this process, so I think that is about time. And in fact, in this transition, there are two solutions that we can adopt. In my perspective, they are kind of complementary solutions. So there are these post-quantum cryptography that basically are classical cryptography. So basically, you are finding new problems that you believe that are robust against quantum computers, and you have also the quantum key distribution and the quantum technology. In my point, the right direction is kind of a hybrid solution where you are going to use both, because the maturity of both technologies is quite diverse. You also mentioned, I guess, the industry, the relation.
How do you balance the academic research with the real-world application?
Well, I think that, and Simon also mentioned, there are a lot of startups now. I think that is very important. It's very important that we focus our research tower to solve societal problems, and also to collaborate a lot with industry so that we can target problems that are relevant. One of the things that I found more difficult when I do research in this field is the lack of engineers. Traditionally, the quantum mechanics are given to physics students, not to engineer students. And in fact, if you want to make this a huge movement, you really need to put engineers also in the picture. So because they are the ones that are really going to develop the system. They are the ones that are really going to maintain the system. And this is kind of a cultural transition, even at the universities, because usually, like in engineering departments, people are not used to teach quantum mechanics. Well, but nevertheless, even if you think about the electromagnetic field, I guess most of the engineers don't know very well about at least, well, maybe they know the electrical field, but they don't know that much about the magnetic field, but they still can operate quite successfully the network. So we don't need a very deep knowledge about quantum mechanics, but we should not be afraid about that. So I think that is another aspect that we should also consider. So, yeah.
Thank you, Armando. Thank you. Gianpaolo, we have heard from Armando that everybody needs quantum-safe networks, and Simone was talking about the maturity level of the technology. I know that at Nokia you are already providing quantum-safe solutions to your customers. Could you tell us a little bit more about those products, what customers are already interested in them, and perhaps also a little bit about how you're approaching balancing the challenge of integrating quantum technologies into classical networks?
Sure. Thanks, Lina, for this question. First, just 2 words about Nokia, because every time I come in conference like this, everyone is asking me, what about the mobile phone? I had your mobile phone that was very good in the past and so on. So Nokia is no more vendor of mobile phone. These were sold about 10 years ago to Microsoft. Today Nokia is a trusted vendor of equipment, fixed mobile and cloud telco equipment. And is the only European vendor that has a full portfolio to cover all this type of technology. Now, because we are a trusted vendor, security have to be in our DNA. We started to discuss about quantum safe network more than 5 years ago, where there were some customer coming to us asking on this solution. So we started to decouple the problem between the locks and the keys. So from locks point of view, we started to implement encryptors with AES-256 in our optical equipment, IP equipment, and so on. For what concerned the key, at that time there was not yet this very nice quantum key distribution technology. So we decided to move to solution based on pre-shared key, but with a special key, not generated by math, but generated by physics, in our case by classic physics. So key with the high entropy generated by physics, length of 256 as minimum, distribution based on pre-shared key, and the last point, very important for the key, was the crypto period, that is the rotation with which you have to change the key in this kind of encryptors. And so we developed a server that was doing this operation in an automatic way. So we developed a key manager able to generate the key based on this principle, to distribute on pre-authenticated channel and to rotate with the right crypto period. Now, after 5 years, this solution is already running in the network of more than 50 customers. It is certified ANSI, NATO restricted, is also common criteria level 4. And this solution is also evolving in 3 different directions. A first direction is integration with the quantum key distribution, trying to overcome one of the problems of the quantum key distribution, that is the lack of full stability. Our customer needs to have mission critical reliability, 5.9, maybe quantum key distribution is still not at this level. Integrating our solution with quantum key distribution, we can get the right reliability for mission critical. Second direction in which we are moving is also implementing a solution of quantum key distribution via satellite in order to overcome the second problem today of the quantum key distribution, that is the distance. The third evolution that we are going, the direction we are going, is to implement a real defense in depth. So implementing the encryption not only at one level, there could be the optical layer, for example, but implementing it on more level. There could be MAC level, MPLS level, IP level, and also application level, maybe making a mix of quantum key distribution, pre-shared key, and post-quantum computing in order to make in such a way that if one layer is compromised, not all the confidentiality of the message has been gone.
Thank you. And how does that work with integrating this into classical network structure?
The integration is happening with classical network, is happening clearly that classical network have to start to implement encryptors. So what do we suggest to our customer? For example, we go to a customer who wants to implement an optical layer. We always suggest, let's start to implement equipment having encryptors, such that when you want, when you are ready, when will be needed, we can move to an encrypted solution, and more than encrypted, also quantum safe.
Thank you, Carlo. we have heard quantum key distribution mentioned a few times now. So, Leo, you are LVRTC's lead quantum key distribution engineer. Could you explain QKD in a little bit more detail for us, as perhaps also touch on Latvia's approach to quantum safe networks?
Well, yes, thank you. There are better scientists than me that could explain QKD, but the fundamental principle is that unlike PQC, where it will be just a better algorithm, QKD relies on physical principles that are assumed to be fundamental. The non-cloning principle, for instance, that you cannot observe photon spin and without disturbing it. And on top of this physical property, there are protocols built around it that allow you to share a secret between two parties in such a way that an eavesdropper is guaranteed to be detected. And if it is not detected, then only these two endpoints have ever seen the key. The result of this key synchronization is unpredictable, so you really can't take an email and send it through a QKD using quantum principles. But at least you can generate keys with these interesting properties and then feed them to classical encryptors, like the ones Nokia is producing and others. And yes, so that's the principle of QKD. It has a lot of limitations yet. Going distances, it's very low tolerant to problems in optical lines and so on. But at least it's something based on physics and supposed to be reliable for quite some time. Our approach, let me step back for a moment. Historically in Latvia, we have a very strong theoretical computing discipline. And a lot of very bright scientists and a lot of world-known innovations. We don't still have a quantum computer yet, but the scientists that build algorithms around it are here. We also have some interesting developments in quantum sensing, but I could tell you more about quantum communications. Yes, LVRTC, that's the state-owned company, mostly working with government communications, and we provide a variety of services, including cybersecurity, and we are leading partner in Latvian National QCI project. There are some other partners as well, and we approach this QKD network deployment as a complex project. We have a lot of activities, basically not just let's build a network and see what happens, but we try to build an ecosystem around it as well, so that we bring in users, we see how it works for users, we test on variety of physical conditions, going extreme distances, and so on, and see how we can integrate it with PQC, which seems to be the modern trend, not to rely just on one or the other, so the software or the physics, but to combine them together in a more robust, more variably usable solution.
Thank you, Leo. Simo, to you next. What has the transition been like to move from working with classical networks to quantum technologies? And we'll start there.
That's an excellent question, since I have to say it has been an eye-opening journey in like multiple levels. Our team of experts at Erillisverkot are very talented on the kind of traditional means of communications, either optical or wireless, but things like that. The knowledge on those is a good start when you try to gain even the slightest idea of quantum communications. You have to start with theory. And theory is something that you are able to gain by studying some academic publications or working with the universities like we have done. But on the other hand, the actual learning has started when we got the quantum communication devices and were able to set those up in the lab, and quite soon after that to the field, and start seeing what it's like in the actual real life scenarios. Well, that's the kind of the ramp up thing we have gained on the knowledge now.
And what are the most important findings that you have so far from this lab and field testing?
Well, the most important findings, as we are in Erillisverkot, we are a part of the national consortium of Finland on the EuroQCI project. We are focusing on the long distance networks there. And our partners are doing the metropolitan network parts. And we are providing kind of the test beds for the governmental users only. That's our goal. And since, as you might know or figure out, that Finland is kind of a long country, and there's long distances between, for example, even from the capital of Helsinki to Tampere or Turku. So in the first phases, when we're kind of setting the procurements of the devices and things like that, we were thinking about the most difficult thing will be producing working links over 120 kilometers or so. That was the first guess. And when we got the actual devices from an Italian friendly vendor here, and we were able to use those in the lab on the first week with a 133 kilometer fiber. So we proved our kind of the first hypothesis wrong. And even after that, go into the field, we have, for example, over 120 kilometers of submarine cable. There's a link running as we speak, and it's stable. So the long link spans are not the case, that we are kind of worried now. But still, there's some significantly shorter link spans, let's say 40 kilometers or so. And there's some kind of a physical phenomena happening on that fiber that by the means of traditional measurements you cannot see. And that is affecting the kind of the performance or usability of the QKD on that kind of the single link span that we are trying. And that's where it gets interesting, because you have to study totally new fields of the quantum communications and how the actual photons react to, for example, vibrations on the fiber or temperature or things like that. Like the real physics tend to happen when you go outside the lab, and that's when it gets tricky. Well, our approach, I have to kind of add to what my colleagues have already said here, that it might be not a good idea to stick to, for example, PQC or QKD itself. We are aiming and already doing a hybrid approach. So now we are running layer 1 encryption with encryptors that are getting the keys from the QKD devices, and there's now, let's say, for example, Diffie-Hellman, and on top of that we can have like AES 256, and then on top of that QKD. And supposedly by the end of this year we will add PQC protocols on that stack. So it's going to be like a full-on hybrid solution on layer 1. And I think that is something that the governmental critical users will be demanding in the future.
Thank you. You mentioned EuroQCI.
Yeah.
Could you please explain briefly what that entails?
Well, it's a kind of European Quantum Initiative project that there's 27 countries, EU countries, participating in the project, which the aim is to make a quantum secure communication network between the member countries that could be a mean of exchanging sensitive or secret or whatever classified information on like EU levels in the future. Of course, now we are on the beginning of that journey, and some countries are ahead of us, and some countries are a bit behind of us. But I have to say that the kind of cooperation between the countries has been excellent. So we have visited many countries, for example, Latvia several times, to just discuss and wonder that, okay, we have seen this problem, have you seen it? And after like talking with the actual experts that are doing the hands-on work, we have like figured out that, oh, this has to be the problem. When we go home and we have like the means to at least kind of narrow down what is the situation and then solve it. And that's the beauty of it.
That's highly encouraging. So that's on the expert level.
Yeah.
What does the European collaboration look like on, let's say, the policy level? Simone, perhaps you could say what do you feel needs to happen in terms of standardization and regulation in the area of quantum networks?
Yeah, I guess that's really a great event. And I guess that the awareness of everybody here is that technology can deliver what is requested technology, but then the governance sometimes is much more critical. No? I guess a lot of people here also talking about 5G, about classical communication, know very well that there's a lot of discussion that goes far beyond the technology. And the technology, I think, as engineers, we are a good community, scientists, engineers, we can deliver what we are asked to deliver. No? It's more critical to put people to agree, I think, to put people around the table, to find an agreement, and so on. One of the blocking points at the moment for the quantum solution is that there's no already standard and certification. That is clearly a point that is can really open the market and open the adoption of this technology, because okay, these are new technologies, so you have those general purpose standards that you can apply, as I think were quoted by Nokia. No? For example, you are doing an encrypto, you know what you have to do, you are doing, you have all these certifications that are general purpose, but what we miss is a specific standard and certification protocol for quantum. So basically, to answer the question that is this device doing what is declared this has to do? And for this, I would say that the focus of Europe now is quite strong. The focus of the Commission on this is clear. I think the Commission recommended the adoption of both technology, QKD and PQC. But for QKD specifically, I think there are some standards that pop up in the last year. There's an ISO standard last year. Now ETSI is coming soon with a new standard defining how to test the protocol. But the most important project now is Nostradamus, that is a project founded by the European Commission, where there's plenty of members. And the focus here is to define what to test, in case using standard, and also how the process should work. That's the point that ideally you have a system that is declared to use a certain protocol, exactly as it was for RSA, for a device doing this stuff, exactly the same, but on new technology. So you have a system that is declared to use a protocol, so you have to see if every subsystem of these products is doing exactly what it's doing, what it's supposed to do. So the quantum random number generator is fulfilling all the minimum requirement for entropy, and then the qubit generation is using the stream of quantum random numbers to prepare the status of the qubit. So all these are building block of the full product that has to be tested in a certain process. And of course, we have to identify a third body, that is a certification body, that has to be a trusted entity for the manufacturer that are disclosing critical information, and for the customer that are trusting the devices, but also the certification body. That's the picture that we are looking in this time.
Gianpaolo, from an industry point of view, what do you want to see in terms of European regulation and standardization?
I would say that for sure the matter of standardization is a critical matter. The other thing that I would like to outline is the collaboration that have to happen among different companies, because a quantum safe network could be something simple, as I showed you before, maybe a couple of encryptors and a server, but when, for example, quantum key distribution, post-quantum computing are entering the game, maybe not one company only is able to implement everything. So collaboration, partnership is crucial. We as Nokia, for example, we are focusing on the lock level of the quantum safe network, on the encryptors, and we are providing this automatic server for pre-shared key. And then we are building partnership for the quantum key distribution, quantum key management, post-quantum computing, in order to have a complete solution. And then the other point that I would like to underline is about the fact that this collaboration have to be focalized on specific areas in the world. We know, we heard also this morning, how technology is linked to geopolitics. So quantum technology is very sensitive from this point of view. So what we are doing, we are building ecosystem for different areas. For example, for Europe, we are starting to build an ecosystem that is made by all European countries in order to be in some way compliant with any type of regulation that is coming from the European Commission.
Thank you. I would pass to Leo quickly. What has the collaboration between Latvia and its neighbors looked like? Well, not all neighbors, but...
Well, it looks very well towards the north. Estonians and Finns are quite far away, but yeah, going south, if Lithuanians hear this, then get more strength, come and join us. But well, nonetheless, there are neighbors across the sea, not very far from Latvia. So there are countries to talk to, and there are national QCIs with at least 2 of our neighbors by sea or by land. So, well, yeah, we see optimistically into the future. This first large DEP call was towards national infrastructures, and we think during this project and towards the end, we will gain enough knowledge, understanding, use cases, and so on, to be able to stretch the network into international communications. And there's a lot of interesting challenges, like how to exchange securely keys and the cryptographic relay functions, interesting new algorithms coming up. So, yeah. We look forward optimistically.
Thank you, that's good to hear. Armando, briefly before we open up for questions, what do you feel needs to happen on a collaboration level in Europe moving forward?
Well, I think that this EuroKCI has been quite a great opportunity for collaboration. So we are here and we have been around in a lot of collaboration. So in that sense, this is great. Well, the next phase of the EuroKCI will be the cross-border. So the idea is that every country has, or most of the countries has built the networks. So as I mentioned, the development is not equal in all the countries, so there are countries that have quite large networks that are already a lot of experience. They are integrated already in traditional telecommunication networks with the control plane and so on. There are other countries that are very experimental field trials, so the stage is quite different. And the next stage is going to be the interconnection of these networks. Well, in my opinion, I am a little bit concerned about this, because the funding for this kind of interconnection is quite small. So like the European Union is paying like 30%, so it's difficult to find, well, depends on the countries. So there are countries that are quite strong national quantum initiatives, and eventually they can pay these 70. They can find money for the 17% of the budget that is still missing. Therefore, others will be challenging. So I think that has been quite interesting. This EuroKCI has been really important, putting everyone together. But of course, I think that there are still a lot of there are sometimes I think we have to take into consideration the maturity of the technology. In fact, we are talking about a technology that cannot really produce a business case right at the moment. So we still need some support, because we are not, the maturity of quantum technology is not the same as artificial intelligence or 5G or so on. So I think that this has to be taken into consideration in the political side, and sometimes I am a little bit concerned about that.
Thank you. So we have optimism and some concern. So we're a balanced panel. With that, I would like to open up the floor for questions. If there is anyone in the audience, please raise your hand.
Yeah, please just put up your hand if you have any questions, or maybe comments, or maybe you have answers to the questions we've been touching. Just before this session, I had a little chat with two specialists, and they said, you know what, actually post-quantum computing is happening already. There are some scientists in Wuhan already decoding our long algorithms and codes. We just don't know it yet. So that could be a question. Maybe everything is happening, we're just not knowing it.
Yeah, that could be possible.
Yes, it could be possible.
Really?
I think it's the
I'm quite sure.
And not only trying to decipher right now, but they can gather information of all secret channels, and sometime later.
Harvest now, decrypt later is a very real.
But wait. It makes me a little scared. Now, if you say that everything could be already happening, how would we know, and when we'd know? And
being scary, no? We have no answer, basically.
Okay.
I think that, we don't know if that is happening now or not, but I am pretty sure that when that happens, nobody is going to tell. So when a country is going to have a quantum computer that is able to break the cryptographic protocols, it's not going to publish a paper on that. It's going,
it's going to be a total breakdown at one moment, and one country wins.
Eventually. Eventually. We don't know. Let's hope that Europe can be robust enough to not be vulnerable at that point.
All right. One question to Nokia is, how is Nokia leveraging quantum computing or post-quantum computing to enhance the capabilities of 5G networks? What's happening there now, like specifically?
Let's say that for what concerns mobile network, the technology that will be used for encrypt the links is post-quantum computing. This will come in a second phase, and particularly, if I will remember, is foreseen in the 3GPP standardization for 2028. At the moment, focus is on encryption and protection of fixed link, like optical link. And to your question, so what do we have to do now? Maybe something is already happening. The only solution is to start to protect now. Solutions are available since 5 years. So please, if you want to be protected, there is a solution.
I think Leo also wanted to add something to the question of if quantum computing is already breaking our encryptions.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to add, I'm not sure that when the adversaries get a powerful enough computer, they will immediately break every possible key that they have seen, because setting up a quantum computer actually takes some time. So you need to prepare it. You can't just simultaneously break a lot of keys. So most likely they will gather a priority list, and hopefully my e-signature key is somewhere down below it.
That's fantastic. Don't be important enough, in other words. Simo, please.
Yeah, I have to stress out this point that there's like two options. You can wait for somebody to provide you the best solution, and I think that's not a good idea. You have to do what you can do now. For example, implement PQC encryption. And from our point of view, as we are like serving only the Finnish governmental users, which are handling critical data, critical communications, it has to be secure already, and we are just adding more layers as we go, as we have the option. But I would say that use whatever you can now, like PQC, and go into hybrid with QKD when possible. Or additional new upcoming protocols. Don't wait.
Yes, I will. With that, we are unfortunately out of time. I feel like we could continue this conversation for the extent of another panel, at least. I think the main message might be, when it's the time to start implementing quantum-safe technologies? Yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Please join me in thanking our panelists for...
Opportunity. Please take the opportunity to use Side Expo. During any free moment you have, please go to rooms L and T, or L or T. They're packed with some really cool innovation stands, demos, startups waiting for you to discover. So it's L and T down the corridor, and at the end there's different rooms down there. So it's L and T rooms in case you have any free moment. And in a minute we'll begin here. So please take your seats and let me remind you. So after 2 speeches, we will need once again your evaluation on Slido. But before that, please use our platform, which is live.5gtechretory.com. Log in, and you can ask questions to our speakers. And by the way, you can do it in the chat part, and just push ask the question or ask the moderator, and that question will appear. In case we will have time, we'll use it. So but now, please give a round of applause to our next speaker, very distinctive one. We will be talking 5G for telemedicine and autonomous maritime services, innovations from Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, and Minister at the Ministry of Interior, Building and Digitalization of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Christian Pegel is here today with us. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for the invitation to Riga and this convention and for the introduction. My name, you heard it, is Christian Pegel. I'm the Minister of the Interior, Building and Digitalization in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in Germany. I'm a minister in one of the 16 federal states in Germany. Our federal state is the northeast, in the northeast of Germany. In the past, it had been a part of the German Democratic Republic. After the reunion of Germany, we are the federal state in the northeastern part of the Federal Republic of Germany. The border of our federal state on the east side is the German border to Poland. In our west side, we see Hamburg in the distance. In our south, we see Berlin in 80 kilometers distance. And in our north, you find the Baltic Sea coastline. Our north is the area of beach and ports. For example, you find in the center of our Baltic Sea coastline the port of Rostock. That's for the first guidance about our federal state and myself. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization and AI offer many opportunities in all areas. In a world that is becoming increasingly dynamic with modern technology, we must utilize these opportunities, especially in times of demographic changes and urbanization. I am therefore very pleased to present you today 2 selected examples of innovations from Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. At first, 5G for telemedicine, and at second, autonomous maritime services. The first topic I would like to present is the tele-emergency medical service in the district of Vorpommern-Greifswald as a part of our federal state. Now you see Germany, and pigmented in red, the district of Vorpommern-Greifswald. The district of Vorpommern-Greifswald is located in the northeast of our federal state and borders Poland directly to the east. With the island of Usedom as a holiday region, it is especially a popular vacation destination in the summer in Germany. On the island stays overnight 5.2 million visitors per year. With its 60 inhabitants per square kilometer, it has the lowest population density in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. Besides that, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern has the lowest population density in Germany, with only 68 inhabitants per square kilometer. You see, the district of Vorpommern-Greifswald is a very rural region. Regarding the rescue service in the district, it can be noted that there are a total of 19 rescue service stations and 11 emergency doctor stations. These conduct around 40,000 missions yearly, which averages to about 6 missions per day per station. But what does this mean for the emergency services? There's a threat of permanent understaffing at emergency medical services locations that are not connected to hospitals, especially during holiday or vacation, weekends or night shifts. Long transport routes and extended absences occur when the emergency doctor accompanies a patient to the hospital. For example, traveling from the island of Usedom to the University Medicine of Greifswald takes about 1 hour by car. Therefore, in the case of an escort to the hospital, the emergency doctor will not be available in the area for at least 2.5 to 3 hours. Additionally, declining population density in rural areas and increasing distances between practicing doctors contribute to a rise in emergency service calls. The growing specialization of clinics also leads to longer distances that need to be covered. Moreover, there are significant challenges in recruiting suitable medical staff, whether in hospitals, rescue services, or emergency stations. Furthermore, demographic changes, such as an aging population and higher life expectancy, add to these issues. The in Germany so-called Silver Society refers to what has already been mentioned. We will see an increasing number of pensioners alongside a decreasing percentage of employers. We expect a rising number of people with multimorbidity who require specialized care. Additionally, patients with minor injuries often call the ambulance instead of the statutory insurance emergency service, which means there will be an increase in the frequency of rescue service operations. Ensuring a sufficient density of emergency doctors is becoming a challenge, particularly in increasingly sparsely populated regions. So, what could be a possible solution to this problem? As discussed, in the future, an increasing number of patients in the ambulance service will need to be treated without an emergency doctor on site. But how can this be achieved? One approach is to advance the academization of preclinical patient care outside of medical studies. There needs to be a significant increase in the training and competencies of emergency paramedics. And we must ensure the rapid implementation of telemedicine in emergency services. The project Rural Rescue is a collaborative initiative involving different project partners. The project was designed to last 3 years and was funded with 5.4 million euros. Its aim was to improve emergency medical care in sparsely populated rural areas and prepare it for the future. Today, it has been implemented in practice. The tele-emergency medical service system is part of this rural rescue project and was launched in October 2017. Currently, there are 6 ambulance vehicles and a total of 16 emergency medical service doctors. Since the beginning of the project, more than 2,500 operations have been conducted using the tele-emergency medical service. How does the tele-emergency medical service work. The technical devices PeakBox and PeakConnect are advanced mobile communication units designed for use in ambulances. It ensures secure data, audio and video communication to enhance tele-emergency medical service. This technology facilitates real-time communications between emergency responders and medical professionals, improving patient care and decision-making during emergencies. One doctor can medicate 3 emergency cases at once. The doctor sits in an office and gets the same information about the patient like being in the ambulance vehicle. On this slide, you can see how such an ambulance is technically equipped. The equipment is the same to that of a regular ambulance, except that more technology is installed, allowing the tele-emergency medical service to monitor the situation inside the ambulance vehicle. The possible scenarios for the tele-emergency medical service include implementing measures to ensure patient care until the emergency doctor arrives on site, maintaining quality care for non-life-threatening cases through telemedicine, and improving the disposability of emergency doctors in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the second topic I would like to present is the so-called 5G port. It deals with how 5G technology can be utilized for small commercial ports and their shipping activities. It can be divided into 3 sub-projects. The flagship project, which I will shortly discuss now, focuses on the maritime aspect, covering everything related to shipping. The second sub-project deals with the land side of the port, including logistics and security issues, and the third project deals with the improvement of operational processes and AI-controlled vehicle fleet. The seaside project focuses on the establishment and installation of a 5G campus network, as well as the remote access and control of ship systems. By setting up 5G connectivity, a remote access system for a solar ferry will also be implemented. The basic is a digital twin, which is hosted in the University of Stralsund. The 2 5G base stations ensure that the waterway of the solar ferry is covered with 5G connectivity. The ferry connects 2 sides of the little lake in the middle of the nature you see on the slide. Sensor technology monitors in real time the situation under the waterline. A sonar constructs a map of the underwater scenery, and the systems of the ferry detects objects which are located in the fairway or will cross the fairway of the ferry. This information will be sent via 5G to the University of Stralsund. At first, it will be a captain on board of the ferry. The autonomous system will learn to control the driving of the ferry. In the future, the captain will be seated in the University Stralsund. Remote control information will be sent via 5G and processed by a local processing unit in the university. In the case of an emergency, the captain can override the control unit at any time using the normal steering wheel by a remote connectivity. The services of the ferry will quit in the future without this new technology. The problems are the costs of the ferry and the missing employers in the future. So, autonomous driving of a ferry is important for the rural region of the island of Rügen. With that, my presentation comes to an end. Thank you for your interest and your attention, and now I'm open for any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. So I was watching the solutions. For now, they look like, for example, on self-sailing ferry, they look like quite bulky. So there is some extra technology attached to the ferry. Is there a plan to integrate that into the ferry building already? And are you already working with somebody on that matter?
At first, this ferry is a part of the bus system on this island. Both sides, the lake, is a special protected natural area, so the bikers have to use it if they will cross this route. At second, this lake is in the middle of nowhere, and it had a big advantage. No international, no European, no laws of the Federal Republic of Germany covers it. So I can try it without waiting for all the next legislation steps we need before you can use an autonomous ferry in a normal fairway. This lake has only ducks, sea roses, in the summer some swimming, private persons, and this ferry.
All right, but the aim is to do autonomy, to make this ferry automized?
Yes, this is the idea. 2 steps. Electronical ferry is the first big step. The second one is to autonomize ferry contacts in the future.
All right.
With the 3 steps.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Here's the microphone. Yes, there's the question. Over there, please. Microphone, Lotte. Well, this. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation. So I'm Mohamed Ashouch from Nokia. I would like to ask you about the telemedicine, as it is foreseen as one of the key use cases for 6G and for 5G and coming 6G. So I would like to get your feedback on the business model of this telemedicine, and what is your own experience on that? What will be the monetization aspect? So what will be the contribution of the patient? What will be the contribution of the state, the social insurance, etc., in order to make it sustainable in the future?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At first, the medical sector in Germany is a part of the public sector. So with a business case is not so easy. This rural area has water in the north and the Polish border on the east side, where they search for new doctors, and in the summer you have a lot of tourists. It's a present. It's important for the island, but we have only one big street along the island. So in the summer the traffic jams stopped all, and this is the time in which the University of Greifswald thought about and built this idea. The emergency doctor with signal, with blue light, has no possibility to cross this street. And so they thought about what could be to bring the doctor to the patient without physical bringing. This was the idea and the problem. I think in the most rural regions in Germany you have the same problems. No doctors, too much patients, and in the tourist regions you have too much traffic in the summer. So the business case is not the first few. It was the few for enough employers and a fast first possibility to help the patients by a doctor, emergency doctor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, very briefly, 5G use cases, standards and network security, insights from PTS Sweden, the Director General of Swedish Post and Telecom Authority, which is PTS, Dan Sjöblom. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to come here and address you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will, of course, being a regulator, give you somewhat of a regulator's perspective to these topics. I will talk a little bit about use cases from my perspective. I will talk about the importance of standards, and I will talk a little bit about critical aspects of network security. I have been in this position for 8 years now, and it's interesting to note, maybe as a starting point, that when I came into this position 8 years ago, we were talking a lot about what is 5G, what are the use cases, and we are still talking about that largely today. So that's at least a constant in life. I mean, much development is going on. It's very interesting, but I think we are maybe still perhaps only at the beginning of the possibilities. The potential applications of 5G, I don't need to tell you. I mean, you are all probably more experts in this field than I will ever be. But they span a lot of sectors. We heard about telemedicine right now. Smart manufacturing is something that we talk about a lot in Sweden. We have a lot of manufacturing companies as a sort of base for the industry side, and monitoring equipment, automation equipment, all have a potential of increasing the efficiency and reducing cost. In healthcare, as we just heard from Germany, 5G has the promise of enabling telemedicine solutions, remote consultations, as we heard. We even have heard ideas about robotic surgeries on distance, patients, care and accessibility for patients in various conditions. The automotive industry is, of course, an interesting one, where we are looking forward to the next steps in connected vehicles, improving safety. Hopefully, connected cars will make fewer mistakes than we as drivers make. Real-time data exchange and ultimately fully autonomous driving. Smart cities is another very interesting area, of course, where we have intelligent traffic management, environmental monitoring, contributing to more sustainable urban living necessary as we move forward to hopefully a world that manages to stay within the boundaries of what we humans can suffer from in terms of increased global warming and other effects. There is a lot of promise here, and it's useful to talk about this. Of course, this leads us back to the fact that this is fantastic technology, but as we heard the question in the previous discussion there, the commercialization, I believe, when I talk to the telecom companies in Sweden, is still a topic of great discussion and concern. I think there are many of the verticals that have ideas of using 5G technology to increase their efficiency, but who is going to pay for the service if the users are not willing to pay for better management of your electricity meter, for example, and the electricity company is not willing to pay for it, and maybe the MNOs are not so interested in providing that service. So I think we still haven't found the models, and that's remaining work to be done, and hopefully we will move forward because it has, as I said, so many promises. Now, on the topic of standards, the role of standards in 5G and, of course, moving forward into 6G cannot be overstated. This standardization is, of course, essential for creating scale and ensuring interoperability among devices and networks as more and more things get connected. If we have not common standards across our communication platforms and solutions, we are creating more and more difficulties. So this is enormously important that we can continue to hold this together between stakeholders, industry players, governmental bodies, and of course, very much the international organizations. I was very recently in India for the WTSA meeting on standards, and a very big issue being discussed there was forward-looking standards in AI, and I was here in this room half an hour ago listening to the very interesting discussion about quantum and post-quantum, which I didn't even know that we were already discussing. Of course, these items, with the speed that everything moves now, and you look at how the international standardization bodies typically work, this is going to create a very important and difficult challenge, I think, in terms of continuously having common standards globally. And also the way that the world looks today with the geopolitical challenges that we see increasing. The challenges of keeping common standards is not going to be an easy one, and I think we all need to understand that this is an area where we need to continuously invest, and maybe invest more than we have done, at least as countries that I know well, and maybe as Europe, we need to maybe, looking forward, be prepared to invest even more in standards. And that, I think, comes to my last point as well, which is network security, which is also linked, of course, to geopolitical developments. The need for maintaining and maybe increasing security standards with more and more things becoming digitally connected, and with our societies ever becoming more dependent on digital solutions, and 5G maybe in particular, over the coming years and decades, this security challenge is not going to go away. It's going to become more important. So what are we doing there? I think we do a lot of things. Key security strategies are being provided by 5G and other solutions, end-to-end encryption, but we also need to invest in regular security audits, maintaining strict compliance with the international security standards. The role of public-private partnerships is going to continue to be crucial, and maybe more so in the future. Everyone in the value chain needs to have sufficient cybersecurity, because the weakest link is always going to be the weakest links. We are having a very important and continuing discussion on trusted vendors. That's going to continue to be very important to all of us. And I think in conclusion, I think that 5G has the promise to revolutionize many things, but we need to be very cautious about these challenges, and we need to invest in it together and alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sjöblom. Very quick question before you go. Do you think that this feeling of being cautious is maybe making some businesses reluctant on even working on 5G and maybe waiting for 6G, and then we'll see?
Well, it depends why you're cautious. I mean, if you're cautious because you're not sure that going this way is going to bring you robust and secure solutions, then that might be a good thing to do. But if you're being cautious for other reasons, I think we need, there is a saying, of course, that digitalization will never in the future move as slowly as it does today, and I think that very much holds true. So we need to be adapting to the pace, because the world is going to continue whether we follow it or not.
So let's go on with what we are developing now and doing it more rapidly, and being ready at any given time, just jump on the next step.
Given all of that, but also thinking about the security and bringing everyone along in society. So we will have a lot of things to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's move to digital identity. We will have a very interesting speech, and then we will have also a discussion panel on e-identity innovations. So, but first, please welcome about digital identity, wallet, and AI disruptions and opportunities, which are going hand to hand. Mr. Bart Simmons, Director of Zetes Confidence Trust Services at Zetes. Here we go. Round of applause. So we are watching for the first slide. Vai mēs varam redzēt šeit pirmos slaidus. First slides here on screen. Slides on screen.
I don't see the slides?
Yeah.
Now I see the slides.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome everybody. Thank you for the organization for inviting me to tell you a little bit about digital identity and how that will shape up in the next couple of years throughout Europe, not just in specific countries, but it's a European initiative. And my goal for today is to take you on a journey on what digital identity means, how it will affect you, how you will benefit from it as a private person, as a citizen, but also for your company, for your organization, and how it affects business. So what I show you is actually a picture taken from the place where I live. It's a very beautiful place, and what you see here is a typical business in that area. It's an orchard, apples and pears. And this business operates entirely on trust because the farmer expects people not to just come and pick the apples and the pears from the trees. So trust is a big part of this business, also because when they try to sell the fruit, not only do they sell it at auction in large volumes, they also try to make a bit more money by selling it directly to the end consumer, but they don't want to stick around all day waiting for people to come and buy some fruit. So they display the fruit in a stall like this. And they expect, again, they trust their customers to come by, pick the fruit, and actually pay for it. So again, it's based on trust. And because not everybody is carrying cash all the time, these farmers, they even use electronic payment systems so that people who don't have cash on them can at least pay for the apples and the pears, or the blueberries in this case. And in this case, the farmer trusts the platform, the payment platform company, to make sure that the money gets transferred to their bank account. So it's all about trust, trust, trust. Well, how does this tie in to digital identity? This is a piece of modern art. On the left-hand side, you see a modern painting. I think it looks like a floor tile, but some people will find this very beautiful and call it art. And what's important about modern art is that it's either being sold for 80 euros or 80,000 euros. And it all depends on the signature on the painting, because the signature on the painting says something about the authenticity of the painting. Is it from a certain artist? Is it a genuine painting? That will define whether it's 80 or 80,000 euros when it is sold off. Now, a signature is something that also conveys identity. Who painted it, and is this an authentic painting? In the world of digital identity, that is also very relevant. Because without authenticity, without that signature, without that proven identity that you can rely upon when you buy something or when you do a transaction, it's difficult to do anything. So how do we translate this trust in the physical world into trust and identity in the digital world? That's the big challenge. And where there is a big challenge, you have the European Union making a best effort to regulate, to provide a legal framework that helps you deal with all of this. And what I want to introduce to you today is European legislation which will shape a lot of the things that we will see in the digital world in the coming years. First of all, there's a regulation called eIDAS. It's about electronic identity. Another one is about artificial intelligence, how European companies and service providers are allowed to and supposed to provide AI or incorporate AI in the services that they provide to their companies. And on top of that, the European Commission is also making sure that there are a whole bunch of standards. Regulation and standards typically go together for technical, security, operational, and compliance aspects. So this is what's going on today. Okay, we covered that. And what it will end up on is your smartphone. It will end up on your smartphone as a wallet, as an app which is available to you, with which you can do all sorts of things that today either you can't do or for which you need several different apps. So this app, called a digital identity wallet, will include your ID card, it will include your passport, it will include your travel visa, it will include your driving license and a whole bunch of attestations, like for example a diploma, that you get from the university via the Ministry of Education onto your phone, so you can present it digitally online or in the physical world using Bluetooth to whoever needs to see your diploma, for example, when you are applying for a job. Now, all of this is, of course, standardized and regulated, and one such example is ISO, that's the International Standardizations Organization. They made sure we will have a mobile driving license that we can use online in that wallet. We have ICAO, that's an organization belonging to the United Nations. They will make sure that we have worldwide interoperable digital passports on our phone. So instead of having the booklet to travel, you can use your smartphone instead. And then last but not least, the European Union is adding everything else on top of that for payment, for your identity, attestations, health certificates, whatever else that you might need. So all of this is based on a concept called attestation of attribute. You are somebody, you have an identity, but with you also come a bunch of attributes and additional information. Could be a diploma, could be a professional certificate that you are allowed to transport dangerous chemical goods, could be proof of age, etc. What does that mean for us in practice? Well, suppose that you go on vacation to Italy and you need to rent a car. Okay, you typically book the car before you travel to Italy. Right now you have to fill in a bunch of forms, you have to travel there, you still have to wait half an hour, fill in even more forms. They will check that you have a driving license and that you are you before they hand you the keys to the car. Now you can do all of that upfront in the comfort of your home using this digital ID and mobile driving license, because you're uploading all the verifiable data to the other side, and the car rental company, they can check that you are you have a driving license, you are older than 21, so they can already do all those checks. You don't have to wait anymore when you arrive. Even more so, you will get a better price, because when you are, like me, 55, they will say, okay, less chance of an accident than a 25-year-old, so we will lower the rental price. When I turn 75, they will increase the rental price again. So you have to know exactly what is the optimal time frame to rent cars. Similar, when you apply for a job, you can easily provide them with all your credentials and diplomas online. They can already scrutinize it, even have it processed by AI to derive some meaning from it, to help facilitate the recruitment process. And last but not least, also, identity can also be about anonymity. If I have to prove that I'm older than 18 in order to buy a beer in a bar, suppose, they will not believe it when they look at me, they will still want to see a credential. Well, proof of age, you can give proof of age digitally without disclosing your identity and without having to disclose your actual date of birth. It's a verifiable proof that says this person is older than 18. How old, doesn't matter, older than 18. We say so, the government puts its stamp on it, and it becomes a digital attestation that can be verified by anybody. So that also opens up a lot of opportunities for business. So, what to expect in practice between now and the next couple of years, let's say 2030. What we will see from left to right, don't worry, I'm not going to read all of this, but what you will see, you are from many different countries, is that in some countries, they already have a government app, a digital identity wallet app, that exists today, but it is limited to national use. Okay, that will continue to exist and will be further developed. And more features will be added, like, for example, digital signature, so that you can use your app to sign, attestations of national importance that are useful in your daily life locally. But then finally, starting 26, 27, you will start seeing these apps being converted into a European digital identity wallet, which means it is cross-border. You can use it in other countries, or when you're doing transactions with other countries, for example, renting that car in Italy. So that's what we can expect in the next couple of years. But what after that? AI was also on the topic of some of the talks today. So when we look beyond that, I want to take you on a journey. Now, word of warning, don't try to read the text because it is in Dutch, and I forgot to update the slides to English, but I will take you through it. So, I'm in the process of choosing a new car. And okay, I visit one of these car companies. You will recognize which one, but anyway. So I come across one of these companies, and what they all have in common, the moment you hit their website, boop, you get this annoying chatbot popping up. Can I help you? Do you have any questions? And they all do that, and when you try to look at it on your phone, the chat box takes up the whole space, and you can't see the actual website anymore. But in this case, okay, so on the right-hand side, you see that the dialogue. And this thing, what I noticed is with this car company in Belgium, it's always Femke who is available to answer your questions. That's her name, Femke. And you see a photo, 24/7, every day, Femke. Nobody works that hard. So I thought, no, this cannot be a person. It must be AI hiding behind it. So I asked it, are you an AI system? Are you a chatbot? And the reply was, wait a minute, I'm not ready yet. Wait a minute, I'm not ready yet. So kept on going. And then all of a sudden, poop, another message pops up. No, 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 I'm a real person. I'm a real person. So I said, yeah, but before it wasn't a real person. Eh? And then she admitted, no, before it wasn't a real person. So basically what you were doing here, you were already transacting with a company, but you were not talking to a person representing that company, you were talking to AI representing that company. At one point, the AI will hand it over to an operator, of course, in these cases. But not in all cases. For simple things, it won't. But imagine this. You are now communicating with a company, and the company, Mercedes, let's suppose, is represented by an AI system. That's the first step into something more. And with AI and these type of applications where you don't know, am I transacting with a person, with a company, or with an AI system, things become tricky and identity becomes very important. Now, with AI, as with any other disruptive technology, there is no pause button. You cannot press a button and say, hey, hang on, I need time to get used to this, give me a couple of years extra. No, that's not possible. So disruptive technology will represent itself. And with disruptions come opportunities. And so what are these opportunities? Well, imagine in a couple of years' time, it's not just Mercedes that can put AI up front and let it do its talking. Suppose that you can do it as well. You can have your digital twin. We already had digital twin mentioned before in the presentation about the ferries. This would be your digital twin. AI that has learned about you, your preferences, what your way of thinking is, your decision processes, and then becomes available to you as an AI agent, as a digital twin that can represent you online. When you today use Microsoft Outlook, you can already let Outlook decide how to reply to emails and suggest the text and the type of reply, angry, happy, neutral, professional, long, short. You can already choose. So essentially, you already have AI that is speaking on your behalf. Take it a bit step further. This AI system knows who you are, and you can tell it, well, I would like to open a new bank account. You know my preferences. Please go out, find the best banking proposal, open a bank account on my behalf. And you are delegating part of your decisions and part of your actions to an AI. That is next. But think about what that would do. How much does that AI agent represent you? So is that an extension of your identity? And what I'm trying to say with all of this is that we will see in the next couple of years a digital identity to manifest our identity and use it online in ways that we don't do before. But AI will add additional possibilities on top of that in the far future. So that's an opportunity. You can like it, you can dislike it, but it's an opportunity. Something, we're going into that direction. In these transactions, in the end, as I said before, with the apples and the pears, it's about trust. So in an AI world, how can you trust that you correctly identify the other party online? Well, let's look at an example. Now, a word of warning, the movie that's coming next is supposed to make you worry. So it will have this music that tries to scare you. But there's no need to be scared. So let's have a look at this. Okay, so how to make that play? There we go. No, the other one, this one. I cannot control it, so who is controlling the PowerPoint? Technical team?
No? Yes? No? No?
No.
The answer is no. Aww.
Okay, this one. If you move over the screen, can you play the movie? Okay.
It doesn't work from here too. I'm sorry, Bart.
Yeah. I sent them a presentation with this movie to test that it would work. Apparently it doesn't work, but no worries. You can actually do this yourself. You recognize the actor in this picture. It's Morgan Freeman. So if you go on YouTube and you Google, "This is not Morgan Freeman," this is not Morgan Freeman, you will see this full movie. And what it actually is, the white guy without hair on the right-hand side, that's the maker of this small film. And essentially, he used AI to overlay Morgan Freeman on top of his own face. And as he speaks, the AI system very believably reproduces Morgan Freeman's face, mimicking and moving around just like the original actor. Which basically means that you can use AI to create fake identity. You can assume somebody else's identity, or you could even create a fake identity. You can already today use AI and say, please generate a passport photo of a woman, 30 years old, blonde hair, not too long, wearing glasses, not smiling, looking to the left. And it will create for you a very believable image of a person. So that's what AI can do today. So that's kind of scary. What does that mean for identity? Well, it means for identity that trust, again, becomes even more important in that world. And this is where the work that the European Union is doing right now to create a verifiable, believable, reliable digital identity is so important. Takes me back to the beginning. It also means that in a world today where we try to register a person in order to link an identity to that person, we use a lot of technology. So this is an example of an enrollment scenario where we try to identify a person using biometrics, face recognition, fingerprints, so that we can see, okay, the fingers match this person that we already know. In the future, we will use AI in similar scenarios, either when you're using your phone or in a real life like here. We will use AI-enhanced control of issuing attestations to your wallet. When you first initialize your wallet, for example, you want to do it in a secure way. AI will help an applicant who tries to apply for a passport or load a passport onto their smartphone to help that person through the enrollment process and to verify that this is indeed a real person. So this is the liveness detection. The person that the system sees through the camera. Is it a real person? Is it in real time? Is it not a video that is replayed? Or is it not an AI image overlaid on top of an actor or an impersonator? So that's also where AI comes in. So it balances out. And finally, AI itself can also be used for fraud detection. AI is very good in finding patterns that humans typically don't see, or in finding things that we don't expect in a big pool of data. So in transactions that you do online, AI can distinguish between this is normal and this somehow is not normal. It cannot determine what is abnormal about it, but it knows it's not part of the normal. So this is also where AI will help us when we are using our digital identity online to make sure that any fraud case can be identified as such and an alert is raised. What are the key takeaways? You can't do anything without trust, not in your private life, not in business. The trust anchor that is needed is provided by government institutions under this European legislation, which covers AI and GDPR, privacy, and digital identity. And this digital identity wallet ecosystem, it is coming. All countries, all European countries have a deadline 2026 to start doing it. In practice, you will see it really in 27 probably. And this wallet is the enabler for trust in the digital environment. So with that, I thank you. If there are any questions.
I'm not sure that we have found the real, or not the exact version of deep fake Morgan Freeman, but we found one. So let's see.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
All right, something like that?
That was it, yeah, thank you.
Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, one question before you go. If the AI can help us to do digital identity safe and recognize the fails or failures or fakes, can AI fight AI in this fight and be on both sides, and even and good, and you never know which will come on top?
Yes, but that's exactly it. AI can be used for good, can be used for bad, like any technology. Internet fraud did not exist before the internet existed.
Yeah.
So it's always the same. With AI, because it is a bit more difficult to imagine what it could potentially do or how it could potentially be used, tends to throw people a bit off balance, but essentially it's the same. It's about what you do with it and how you as a private person can rely on the authorities to protect you against potential abuse.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions from the audience, please? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bart Simmons. We have now to evaluate the whole session. All three speeches, please go on Slido. We need your help. Please scan the QR code or go directly to 5GPS. The code, and please answer those questions. And we will begin in 9 minutes with e-identity innovations. That will be a discussion panel, absolutely interesting one. Bart already opened the discussion on this, and we will go on just digging deeper. So, Slido, please now. We need your evaluation so we can get better. And we'll begin in 8 minutes now, discussion panel here on this stage.
We are the Riga Freeport, the one that is located right at the crossroads between west and east, north and south. The world may have seen bigger ports, but when it comes to quality, whether it be our team, technology, or logistics, not many ports have the same standards as we do. We will be glad to work with you and support you in developing infrastructure. We will meet and guide your ships to the pier, and we will send them to their next destination. Riga Freeport. Big in business, big in quality.
As we move to a more digitally connected world, our future undeniably depends on a non-visible but extremely valuable and limited natural resource. Radio frequency spectrum, lifeblood of wireless networks. It has to be shared between different services, technologies, users, and countries. Balancing the spectrum demands of various applications is our task and calling.
Please take your seats. We'll begin in a minute. Please take your seats. Grab your water or coffee or cookie, and let's get ready. So, let me remind you that you can use our platform, which is live.5gtechretory.com, and you can log in there, make your own profile, communicate with others, and ask questions also. If you are writing that in the chat part, ask to the moderator is the button to push or the click to make, and we will see your question as a question. All right. So, and then, by the way, in case you have some free time, please go to the rooms L and T, which is our expo opportunities. There are some demonstrations and some great things to do and test by yourself. All right, looks like we are ready. So this will be a discussion panel. E-identity innovation, building secure digital wallets for EU citizens. And Bart already mentioned some of these things we are working on, hosted by the Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development. So round of applause to the host, please. Woo. And our moderator will be editor at Finde LV and Labs of Latvia, Eva Treja. And good luck, Eva.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear panelists, hello everyone. It's nice to see that there are a lot of people interested in this topic. Mm-hmm. And I would like to really thank Bart of good introduction of the topic. It was really good, and yeah, the future looks bright, but actually not everything is as easy as it seems. So we will touch upon that. What else I would like to add from my side before panelists introduce themselves is that it is important to mention that it is about not just digital wallets, but it's about digital identity wallets that we will talk about here today. And we have digital identity experts. And yeah, who would like to start? Introduce yourself, say your name, title.
Yeah, I could start
Gatis.
From yourself. So hello, my name is Gatis Ozos. I'm Deputy State Secretary for Digital Transformation, Ministry of Smart Administration Regional Development. We're also hosting this panel, and we are looking forward to share experiences as we see that it's one essential part to ensure this interoperability, that we share our experience between countries on setting up this quite of a tight schedule in implementing digital wallets.
Yeah. Vilma, please.
Hello, I'm Vilma Mistukonene, and I represent Lithuania in this panel. I'm from the ICT department at the Ministry of Interior, and as a leader of national group in the EU project Potential, and also communication leader for the consortium.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Hello, so my name is Christine Mailleux. I am working for the Federal Belgian Administration, and I'm program manager of the program of the Belgian Digital Identity Wallet.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anna?
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Mõtlik. I'm Chief Digital Identity Officer in Estonia. And yeah, looking forward to interesting panel discussion here today on EOD wallet.
Hello, I'm Riho Kurb.
I'm a country manager for CETES in Estonia. And before that, I was kind of colleague working on the potential project with Wilma, and kind of colleague to Anna, working in the electronic identity in Estonia.
Okay, thank you. So Bart did a good job in explaining what is digital wallet, but I will give a floor to Wilma and ask to really explain what we are going to talk about here with really the focus on digital identity.
Okay, so it was a lot of information from our previous colleague, but I assume not everybody is so deeply in this topic. Let's just start from the basics. That first of all, the digital identities are the most important relationship between the government and the citizens. So they establish indisputable rules, legally binding between the citizen and the government. And citizen obligation to the government and vice versa. And the EU wallet, it's really an instrument designed to enable European Union citizens and businesses to simplify their digital transactions cross borders, and online and offline, enabling to access, store, share, and sign. So, and also as an instrument opening and improving the global trade. So for the user, it's just an app, but for the government, it's the huge, big ecosystem, and it's a digital platform which ensure interoperability and user control. I would say that for the first time, EU is really coming closer to the single digital market establishment, putting user in the center, making user to control its data, to whom it is shared, when, and to know how this data to be used. When we go to tech giants platforms, we never know how our data would be used later on. So that was basically the idea why EU decided that users as a weak party need to be much more protected. But from other hand, the access to the digital services need to be more easy for them. So the wallet would be free, voluntary, and safe, of course. And what is very important, linked to the national ID, to national identification scheme, which is notified to EU. So it would be interoperable to the existing systems and allowing integration not only with the public services, but also with the private services. So, as I said, 4 key functions would be, the wallet enable key functions to access online services cross-border, to store digital documents and share those, and to sign the documents safely.
Okay, got this. So how does it look like at the moment from a policymaker perspective? You are working on the EU level as well and developing all this platform to make it happen. So what is going on at the moment?
Yes, as colleague already mentioned, there is from the end user perspective, it's a simple app, but underneath there's a lot of work to do, because currently It's working under the regulation. The regulation is started into the force in May 2024. So ADIS2, we already have some building blocks in process we're already using, like digital signature, digital identity, but then digital identity wallet, it comes above. And now we are in process of like doing things in parallel. We are both like doing the technical things, we're already testing and piloting how could it be used. On the other hand, we are still waiting for the delegated act, which will set up like specific standards, technical specifications on security and trust, and there are some still discussions on some conceptual questions still going on. So, but not to wait like too much. The countries already in 2023 started like large-scale projects. There are in total like 4 running in Europe. One is Potential, one is Nobid, the Latvian are partnering, and then the two other projects. So we are test various use cases of potential applications, whether it's a payment, whether it's driving license, whether it's some other documents. So they are doing in parallels, and the pilot projects will go until 2025. Then we'll have some like a review, recap, suggestions that will be fed into also the real life solutions. So now what the regulation said that starting from 2026, all the member states have to deploy digital wallets, and in 2027 they have to be accepted also by industry companies. So also the platforms. So currently what are the current challenges? We are still working for some specifications, so we are doing in a parallel. The challenging part, of course, will be also the cross-border interoperability, because of different ways how each country addresses like identification, personal code, and still it's a challenging question how to ensure this interoperability. Yes, and of course implementation. But it's good that those pilot projects we have, that they are cross-country pilot projects, so we are already working on those issues currently.
Do you have some feedback already from those pilot projects?
Maybe the colleagues who are deeply in projects, because we are from the ministry more as a coordinated policy level, but then colleagues maybe from the projects can elaborate on, that there are some issues, yeah.
Thank you. Anna, let's talk about those use cases. There is a governmental part, then there are customers, like every one of us, and then there are service providers, and all of them will be integrated in the whole system. So how it will all work, what new opportunities it will provide for citizens as well as service providers, I think you could be an expert on that, right?
So what's the aim of European Digital Identity Wallet? It is foremost, there is basically 3 aspects that are important. First of all, it is the aim of it is to prove someone's identity. For example, if I have this app in my wallet, so I could prove that I am indeed Anna Mutlik, and this can be, verifiable. The second point is that we could sign digitally documents or whatever matters, and also this wallet should carry the credentials for different attestations, such as driving license, or diploma, or professional information, etc. There are probably many use cases that we are not even aware of it today. So for governments, what that means is that, of course, the market is very fragmented in EU, and there are countries that are very advanced in digital identity, and then there are someone who have some solutions, and then there are there are many difficulties. So there is a wide range within EU, But the aim is to kind of unify it with this kind of secure solution for identity verification and identity proving. So basically for governments, it is from one side, it is a new tool to verify identity. But on the other side, it is also there has to be a rebuild of ecosystems, because a new tool in identity verification means that we have to analyze the systems, how the users can use it, and provide this, showing this phone or showing this app that this would be sufficient to prove that I am indeed who I claim to be. And also from the service sector or private sector, I see that there is a huge opportunity in use cases, starting from financial sectors, from payments, anti-money laundering, know your customer requirements, etc. Also a lot of opportunities in travel, accommodation, identity proofing, traveling, travel documents. And also supply chain management, everything related to logistics, freight, travel. So there is a huge range of opportunities, let's say. But as Gati said, there is a lot of standards are still not even started to begin with, to be developed. There are some standards that are in process. And there is also some specifications that are in place. So the challenge lies in here that we have to start building something for what we actually do not have the full specification range ahead of us. And as a procuring party, that is a challenge. So what do we code? What do we program if we don't have the standards or technical specifications in place? But I think these are kind of technical challenges can be overcome.
Mm-hmm. I'm super happy that Christina has joined our discussion, as she showed me how already the digital identity wallet works in Belgium. If somebody of you is interested, then you can catch Christine afterwards. Yeah. But about your experience, about Belgium's experience, how did it went, this whole process of creating this digital identity wallet?
Well, we have the idea of making a digital identity since the 2020, and in 2021 appears the proposal of the Commission about the digital identity wallet, and it was really in line with what we have also thought in Belgium. So we started the program in 2022, and we launched the first version of the wallet Belgian version in May this year. So the name of the app is, it's an app, so it's mygov.be, which is available on the App Store and the Android platform. The app is available, it's purely national for the moment, meaning that you can only use it as a Belgian citizen or Belgian resident. You have several possibilities. You have a first version of data coming from your identity card and from your mobile driving license, if you have a mobile driving license, of course. Those documents are only data, they don't have any legal value yet, which is quite a challenging, in fact, for the wallet, that you have to adapt the legislation in order that those documents that you show on your app have a legal value, and that, for example, a policeman can say, based on this, yes, okay, this is correct, you are the person that you mean to be. Then you can already have download certain attestations, so certain electronic attestation with a legal value already, like act of birth, act of marriage, certificate for vaccination, and other kind of specific documents related to the Belgium specificities, I would say. So for the moment, it's only a national version, and of course, we work together with Estonia and Lithuania and other countries in the potential consortium to pilot and to test the interoperability of the eIDAS for the moment proposal for the technical specification. Mm-hmm. So for the moment, the first version is in production. We didn't make a lot of communication about this, but currently, each day there are more people who are activating this app. The app has also a specific functionality for Belgium, which is a messaging system, meaning that you can receive, we have an e-box, what we call an e-box. Each citizen can have an e-box with the administration. For the moment, 1/3 of the Belgian adult population, meaning 3.5 million of Belgian citizens and residents, have activated this e-box, so they receive all the documents through this inbox and not on paper anymore. And the wallet, the mobile app, gives also a mobile access to this e-box. So it is very a useful functionality of the app.
And what is required if you want to go trans-border, offer international transactions, or just opportunity for Belgian citizens to use it outside Belgium?
So we are doing the
we are talking about this
cross-border.
There are challenges with the cross-border. So what is required for this to work?
The interoperability and the technical specification for interoperability. Of course, each country has a specific legacy system. Maybe in Estonia and Lithuania and Latvia, you don't have a lot of legacy. But in Belgium, for example, we have a national register since more than 40 years with a national identity register number. So each country is a little bit different. In France and Germany, they also have another option. They don't have any national number, which makes the things more difficult to identify cross-border. So what we need is really technical specification for cross-border and standards.
And for this, we are waiting for European level legislation, right?
The Commission work at three things at the same time, I would say. The Delegated Act, which there is a draft version of the first 5 acts. Then there is the pilot, like the potential consortium and 2 other pilots to test. And the third action of the Commission is to have a tender. They made a tender 1 year ago, I think, to build a reference implementation for the wallet. So the countries who do not have a wallet can rely on this reference implementation to build their own wallet. But of course, all these are working in parallel, and they have to exchange, so this is the difficulty because it's a kind of circle, of course. We have to check the reference implementation, then to test in the pilot, and if it's okay, then it could be put in the Delegated Act. And for the moment, it's a little bit, we are still waiting each other, I would say, from time to time.
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to jump into that. We speak about cross-border, and we have to become prepared. We speak about digital wallet, but still there are things that already you are working. For example, the part of the digital signatures are already working across borders. So for the people who want to digitally kind of make their relationship across borders in the EU, so there are some already tools that working, and identity as well. For example, in our national portal, you can log in with 22 country digital identities currently, but of course in most of the government services your identity is not enough to ensure your some rights or something. You need additionally some your personal information about your age, about your a social status and things like that, and then comes in this digital e-wallets, and you grant access to even more additional personal information, and for this you need additional kind of build the standardization and things like that. But in general there are relationships you can do digitally already now.
Riho, I would like you to join, and about probably the more technical side. Implementation of EU digital identity wallet is twofold and consists of developing the wallet technology and maintaining the wallet provider as a service. So each side is coming with different challenges, and could you elaborate a bit about that?
Exactly. So I will just step a little bit away from the technology. If anybody remembers that there was in the disk world, from late Terry Pratchett, there is a luggage. And this luggage has a very similar properties to the wallet. It can store anything. It's very secure. It follows the owner, and it protects the owner relentlessly. It also sometimes eats the perpetrators, but thankfully this is not the specification that was needed. So basically, for the service providers or suppliers, we do have the technical standards. We have the requirements that are needed. But there are still some challenges, and these are the technical challenges. How to make this technology work, because it's very new, it's mostly untested. Lots of it is being tested within large-scale pilots, but this is the problem that can be solved absolutely between these 2 years. I have no doubt of it, because there is a lot of bright minds working on the wallet technology. But this means we have this luggage. But in this world, for luggage to work, there is also need for the magic, as in total disk world, to operate. And this magic part is the same ecosystem that Wilma already mentioned. And there is also these missing implementation acts that are missing even on the EU level. But more importantly, the member states have to have their own regulations based on those implementation acts. And this is the much bigger challenge for the governments to support this ecosystem and to provide this magic for the luggage to work. So it's not easy, absolutely not easy, because when going back like 2 years ago, it was much worse. We didn't have any technology in place. And sometimes people still say that, okay, we cannot store this, we cannot create private keys, we cannot guarantee privacy, things like this. There are always these people. This position has changed in these 2 years. We have still 2 years. We have still time to develop and accommodate those standards. But at the same time, it's really, really important that the regulation side, not only European, but also the local regulations. And I think that we can all agree on the panel that the range of the stakeholders is much, much bigger. And it's absolutely not a technology problem, but all these other silos in the government that have to work together to create this ecosystem. But on the positive note, 25 years ago, we didn't have any ID cards. And it was just, okay, the technology said that, okay, we can write something in the sky and it will just work. But now, ID card is a kind of legacy already, as somebody already mentioned. So I have no doubt that if not 2026, then 2027 or 2013. If not for the eIDAS 2, then for the eIDAS 3, it will absolutely work.
Okay, so 2027. Everyone agree?
I absolutely agree. Is anybody doesn't agree?
Wilma, you have to say.
Well, I would say it's a lot of skepticism, because the challenge is a really big one. So the Europe took this step forward, and I would say that is the kind of leadership step, revolutionary, digital revolutionary step in the world to establish decentralized but unified identity system across the Europe. And as we had eIDAS 1, where the governments would be able to verify the digital identity, but the private sector was outside. Now, by EU Wallet and eIDAS 2, we would like private sector to be engaged and private sector to be part of that. The banks, the energy sector, everybody, where the user can access with the one tool, all this not nationally but cross-border. But of course, it is like a big cake of legal layer, technical governance, administrative, to be harmonized. Those who are standing as the conductors at the national level and the EU level. So it's really, how to say, we still have many gaps, not answered questions yet in all of these domains. I mean, technical side, legal one. And so my belief is that probably earlier than in 2030, we would not be able to have that one. Of course, we are in the different positions, I mean, the countries, because the starting point was different, yeah? But we are catching up, some of the countries. And first phase, nationally, the second phase, cross-border.
Riho?
Yes, yeah. I would just take one piece from Wilma, that cross-border does not mean that there is one centralized ID. Yeah. There is absolutely no need for the one centralized ID for the working cross-border, because for first, identity matching will never work cross-border. We just have to agree on this. And there is no need for us to be sure that the same citizen coming from cross-border is the same citizen who was coming 3 years ago, because it doesn't matter. What it does matter, of course, nationally, indeed, and it works very, very well. Another point of view is that if it works technically, then I don't see that it cannot be better than current eIDAS-1. And considering the active usage of the eIDAS-1 currently, which is not big, if we have one more country or member state using eIDAS-2 more than eIDAS-1, we have already won. The current number is it 5 or 6? So if we have 7 or 8 countries using wallets, it's a win. Right?
Does someone want to add something? Okay, I would like to cover one more topic, and it is about privacy. How can we be sure that our data is safe there? Anna,
well, eIDAS 2 has a very strong emphasis on privacy by design. So not to be it as just an empty slogan, but that means that there has to be a very, very clear rules and understanding of what kind of data, personal data, needs to be gathered, what will be done with this data, how this will be processed, how this will be maintained, for how long, etc. So also there is a strong emphasis on user centricity, so meaning that the person or the user is in charge of their personal data, their personal credentials, and they can decide with whom they share it with and how much information they share it with. From the service provider side, this is a huge question mark, of course, because they maybe need ABCD information points or data points, but if the person is not willing to share it, then what do we do? Do we not provide the service, or the person allows it? So there are questions like to be decided. Another important aspect, in my view, is cross-border interoperability. And indeed, as it has been mentioned, the technology is in place for years. That's why in Estonia we have a working EID ecosystem across services, across sectors. So the technology is definitely not the question mark. And also, in my opinion, it is not a question of will there be wallets in 26, 27, 30, whatever. The question, there are wallets already on the market, and there are also Google wallets, Apple wallets, there are national wallets. But the main question is, how do these wallets work cross-border? How do I, as an Estonian citizen, take my phone and I drive through the Baltic states across Germany, France, all the way to Italy or Spain, and showing my wallet and my driving license from there, or renting a car there, or booking accommodation there. So there are very important question marks that need to be solved for this kind of dream to come true. And I agree that this is definitely not a technological question. It is a very much political question, trust question, and also in some aspects cultural aspects are involved. So privacy is definitely a matter that has to be addressed, but also we have to consider that for providing some sort of a security levels, there needs to be data gathered, stored, and it has to be very transparent how this is done.
What happens if the person dies?
Well, that is a good question. What happens to their digital, let's say, footprint? That is a great question. I don't have the answer to that right now, but this is definitely something that needs to be addressed.
Christina, you can
Yeah, in Belgium we will revoke the wallet. Because we know, of course, there is a life cycle management of the whole citizens. It's the same for the electronic identity card. When someone dies, his card is not valid anymore after maybe 1 week or 1 day. It depends on the process, I would say. But we can revoke the wallet. It's also foreseen in the legislation to revoke the wallet also for other reasons like fraud, suspicion, or simply maybe because the wallet has been hacked. It's also a possibility.
So you mentioned a couple of time frames, but how fast can you react then?
Of course, for the death of the person, or that we have to decide. It's a governance matter. We decide: do you want to check every day, every week, It's a matter of governance and political. But it is possible to revoke the wallet.
Same now for digital signatures as well and digital identity.
Yeah.
So
So how does it happen at the moment?
So it's in Latvia it's binded to population register, and then if the person dies and it's registered that the person has died, so the certificates are revoked, and so you cannot use them anymore.
So it happens quite quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it's and for this reason, it's important that we as a states have like this kind of core or anchor identity that is kind of built on such relationships as you mentioned between governments and citizens, and then upon that you can build already like more convenient and other like derivative identities, but there is one core that is following your life cycle as well.
And
okay, I just want a little bit to shift to two most important aspects, I would say, because EU allocated 90 million to test this wallet interoperability of those use cases. I would say that the first thing is that whether we will manage to create the services which would be value added for the citizens, for the business, that would be economically, justified. that is very important thing, and I would say that the focus should lay onto this. And by the way, the users, and very recently it was research from the users, they identified that they see wallet as the mean which could be used for travel and health, like crossing the airport zone, or you get sick and then you can get the prescription of the doctor when you're on the vacation. So, and the second aspect, I would say, it's a trust from the users, because again, if we will create the most advanced wallets technically, but if there will be no trust from the user side, so that would be again a waste of the money. Therefore, the Commission and our LSPs, large-scale projects, we are already started public awareness campaign, educating the users what is the wallet about, and why their privacy is secure, why that these wallets to be certified, and but everything is in front. We still need to, as the governments, to create these systems, to do all this, to create the relying party registers, to manage that across the EU.
What about Estonia, Latvia, Belgium? What do you know about public opinion regarding these trust issues? Do you have some data or anything?
There was some European unions made this survey, yes, I think some year ago or something like that, about digital wallets, and that the citizens, what they requested was not they requesting the wallets, they're requesting this kind of trust, security, and possibility to oversee and control the distribution of their personal data, because now we are in the domain of using the social networks and all the requests of sharing personal data. People are becoming more aware of that their personal data is a value, and so they want to become in a controlled position on that. So from this perspective, citizens are awaiting this digital wallet as more and more information is requested, and at that point you can see and follow this. In Nordic countries, I think in Baltic as well, we have like a also very specific way how we operate, also within government. For example, in government, our citizens would be happy if government wouldn't ask them about sharing data, but the government would take care themselves within the government. But in some European countries, more like central countries, they don't see it as a good model. They want to follow and give this kind of approval for sharing data also between the government institutions. So people are awaiting this.
Mm-hmm. I just want to mention that we make a test of the wallet in January this year, and we make a call to the citizens to test, and we receive a huge number of people very enthusiastic, willing to test the wallet. So, but and they were some of them were very disappointed when we said, okay, we have enough people. They said, oh, it's a pity, I would like to test it. So they were very enthusiastic. Of course, there are always people reluctant to digital and so on. But a lot of people are still waiting for that kind of thing.
What about digital country, Estonia?
Well, in Estonia, I think you can correct me if you like, but I think in Estonia we have the trust towards government, and these digital solutions, the general trust is very high. Well, I think it's like, why do I think it is? Because the usage is so wide. We use it everywhere and every day. And if we think about, when did I last sign, physically with a pen and paper, like, we probably don't remember. And have I filed taxes on paper? No. So for me, this is a normality that we live in. But I understand that this is a very country-specific topic. And in Central Europe, there is maybe a bit less trust towards government and governmental agencies. So there is there we can see also the uptake of this kind of digital solutions is also slower or not as good. So yeah, this is very country specific. How do you actually, so basically you have to know your market and know your customers, how to approach this. In Estonia, this is probably easier because the trust towards government is high, but also it is kind of two-way street in a way that government provides these this kind of solutions that make our daily life easier and simpler. So the trust is built in that way. So we as a citizen, we see the value for us. So yeah, maybe do you, Riho, want to elaborate?
I completely agree. And about the trust that Anna mentioned, this trust is not built overnight. We have had our 23-something years of experience, and there hasn't been any breach of this trust from either side. And if we are, let's say, one day there will be the wallet available in Estonia, they will just see it as another mobile identity. Yeah. And the use case will be exactly the same as a current mobile identity. And in fact, probably a lot more people will start using it immediately, because we know already that when the first mobile ID application, the Smart ID appeared, then basically took over. So we can always say that there is a whole generation coming up who don't want to use computer, let alone an ID card reader. Good luck with this. Yeah. So let's say from the generational perspective, my 80-year-old mother is using card reader every day. I'm using mobile ID because I'm just too lazy. My children would never touch a card reader if not pressed. So the going to the mobile identity, we name it EU wallet or the state wallet or any other name, it's inevitable. This is simply a next evolutionary step that will happen anyway, and it's better not to be on this way. Yeah. because whatever the form of the EU wallet is, for us generally in Europe, we prefer the state wallet to the Google wallet, which is not the case in every nation. Mm. So, as I said previously, if the eIDAS2 is not perfect, eIDAS3 will.
Mm. So basically, there is a trust, there is a technical readiness, and we now have to wait for some very important political and legislative decisions for the EU digital identity wallet to start its way. Do we have some questions from the audience?
Oh, yes, we can go for questions from the audience. If you do have, just put up your hand. I have one question. I've learned in Secure ID conference, like half a year ago, this year, that in most of the European countries, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are almost the only ones where photos are taken at the office of issuer. Normally, people are coming in with their own photos or sending them in by mail, and those photos are put in passports and ID cards. Some photos are already tampered with, just to be used later by a different person. So, would digital or wallet will solve that problem? And that is the problem of trust for the initial document.
I believe in that case you already kind of done in this process in how you've done it in your country, and when you're issuing this digital wallet, then you rely on the passport or ID documents that's already issued. So you already done this process how you've done it in your country. So I don't know if it will solve that that challenge that it might be for some countries.
So that fraudulent photo of someone already will go into our digital wallets, and the identity could be already different from the person using the digital wallet.
No, it would not happen like that. I would say because, first of all, to issue the digital identity, your physical identity should be verified. Okay,
right.
so that means most probably what we see from the policy and from the legislative acts, from the EIDAS, so to roll up with your PID, with your personal identity, you know, you need to be identified physically. So that means we will escape of these things. And it's about the security of yours. So how it could be your digital identity to be issued, sending a picture of, you don't know, of someone. I would really say that this kind of things would not be happening because the government is responsible for the proof of your digital identity and the control of it on the breach system and how it would be handled.
All right. So going into digital identification, that would be the step where this fraudulent person would be catched.
To be double checked at that point.
Double check. Yes. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, here's the microphone, please. There we go.
Hi, I'm so sorry to ask this very basic question, but at the end of this conversation, I'm left wondering, and maybe you already covered this, but what's the difference between an EID and a digital wallet?
Well, an EID, it's an electronic identity card. For example, in Belgium, we have an electronic identity card. It's in the form of a smart card with a puce. I don't know, I forgot the name.
The chip?
A chip, yes. And on the chip, with the chip, you can authenticate online, but that's all. So it's a very physical document, I would say, still. And the wallet.
So it's EID just because there's a chip.
Yes, this is electronic identity card because there is a chip.
Yeah, in this case, that will be like somewhere in the cloud. All right.
But
then it's additional things that identities like provides your approval of your identity, like you're showing your passport and you know that you're that. But it doesn't provide opportunity to share additional attributes of you. How old are you? Whether you have a driving license? Whether you have like a graduated university? So, and this will be as an add-on part for a digital wallet that you can share additional attributes with your identity.
All right, because none of the businesses are ready to share their databases. That's why we have like 25 different cards. So finally, we would be able maybe to put something all together in one wallet and have it for using in different services, right?
Yeah, for trusted, from trusted source. For example, when you want to go and hire like a car, you need to show like a driving license. In the digital identity wallet, you won't need this like a paper or plastic card. You show just your like identity wallet, and you have this attribute that you have a driving license. So this kind of things, you just digitize those documents, and you are able to share with them in a secure way under your control.
So when it has to be done for everyone in Europe? When?
26 currently. It's for government institutions to implement this.
All right, Eva, for you to finish.
I think I already said that we are ready and we are waiting for some nice decisions.
And do practical things in parallel.
Yeah, and practical things to develop in parallel.
And a round of applause to our moderator and the panelists. Eva Treje, thank you very much.
The Nordics, a place to belong and to thrive. We're different, but also alike. Above all, we are united on a common journey to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We do this by helping to generate new business in the public and private sectors, while safeguarding our innovative power and the region's competitiveness. Raise your hand. Be heard. Trust is the foundation of what we do each day. We encourage people to capitalize on our state-of-the-art innovation, research, and science for a sustainable future. We aspire to make the circular economy a reality for the future of the Nordics. It's all about how we get from A to B, the energy we produce, what we eat, and how we live. Robust and sustainable growth, equality, and welfare enable us to secure jobs and financial dynamism, giving us the scope to act when a crisis arises. We strive to lead the way toward the ever more human-centric and responsible use of data and technology, while enhancing our competitiveness. We share stories and culture. In the Nordics, soft power is our superpower. Our Nordic leadership is based on openness, integrity, and the ability to combine economic growth with stable democracies. Together, we stand stronger for a better tomorrow.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tietoevry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tietoevry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tietoevry's corporate finances, because Tietoevry Riga houses the Tietoevry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
Latvia. It's a runway from which ideas soar and travel with the winds of the world. And so it has been from the very start. Difficult times have shaped us, refining our ability to try out, to experiment, and ultimately, to see the value in both the simple and the complex. Whether it's snow and ice paving the way to brilliant victories, or cutting-edge military communication technologies safeguarding security and bridging connections across the globe, the people of Latvia infuse heart, creativity, and power into every string they touch. It's in our nature to be part of nature, embracing the challenges of today and tomorrow on a global scale, surprising others with our skills and determination. Where does our strength spring from? It comes from connecting eco-friendly with essential, traditional with futuristic technologies, craftsmanship with visionaries, voices with dance steps, and hard work with the sweet fruits of labor. We're right here, amidst forests, rivers, meadows, and the sea, determined to ascend towards the next accomplishments. Latvia, it's a playground for creative experimentation, a connector of worlds, always ready for new challenges. Restless in nature, united in mission. Mission Latvia.
Please take your seats. We'll begin in a minute. Grab whatever you need there, some coffee or water, a cookie or a friend, and let's get seated. We'll begin in a minute. Thank you.
Hello. Absolutely, yes.
So once again, as we can see, there's only so many people who do understand what we are talking about, probably. And of course, I have to remind you that everything is recorded, and these sessions will be seen right now on the platform and later on also as pieces of advices and some most interesting moments. So please join in on our platform also with your questions and comments. We would love to see them. You can do it anonymously or sign yourself so we know who's asking what. So now we will be talking about cybersecurity ecosystem, public and private partnership in cybersecurity. There's no other way, actually, or maybe there is. Our moderator is CEO of InfoVault, Simonas Černiauskas. So Simonas, good luck for you and your panelists, and round of applause. Oh, come on, we need all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, so hi everyone, good afternoon, and it's good to have you here in person and online. Yeah, so today with me, we have a really nice setup of our panelists. So we have Egons Burs, Security Director at LMT. We have Dan Sjöblom, Director General at Swedish Post and Telecom Authority. We have Uldis Libietis, CISO at TED. Also, we have Isabella Rinaldi, Digital Infrastructure Consultant at ITU. And last but not least, we have Christian Teters, Head of Cybersecurity Governance and Compliance Division at CERT LV. Look, before we will go into the topics, maybe you could give a short intro about yourself and your role and relation with cybersecurity.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As already introduced, I'm Security Director at LMT, Latvian Mobile Telephone. It used to be a telco company. Now for more than 7 years, we're a technology company doing all things around them. Most of them include security components. Security department at LMT consists of 3 divisions: information security, physical security, and cyber security. And these days, it's almost impossible to have a product or a service which doesn't touch upon at least one of those areas, most likely all of them.
Okay, my turn. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Sjöblom, as mentioned. I'm head of the Swedish Post and Telecom Regulator, PTS. And in that capacity, of course, we are responsibility for the telco companies having sufficient security protocols and so on to meet our regulations. We do not operate the Swedish CERT. That's with another company or another agency, I should say. There's a lot of development ongoing in the public sector in Sweden, strengthening our resilience, but also realizing and dealing with the need for quite a few agencies to be involved and share the responsibility for cybersecurity. Nobody can really do it alone in this day and time, but also creating the necessary transparency and clarity on how it's operating.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christian Stetters. I represent the CERT-LV Cybersecurity Governance and Compliance Group. As such, I work with the policy issues of cybersecurity, well, the non-technical part of CERT-LV, because we mostly deal with cybersecurity incidents, but I'm closely involved in legislation process in Latvia, NIS2, IDAS2, and other policy stuff.
Hi, my name is Ulds Liebits. I'm from TED Company. I'm Chief Information Security Officer, taking care about our company internal security as well as our customer security. We also provide security services for our end users as well, and for companies as well. That's a short intro.
So, good afternoon. I'm Isabella Rinaldi. I'm working at the ITU Office for Europe as a digital infrastructure consultant. So first of all, thank again to the team of 5G Territory for hosting us. For the people who don't know us, the ITU is the specialized UN agency on ICTs, and we work in 3 different sectors. We have radio communications, standardizations, and development. The ITU Office for Europe belongs to the development sector and operates in the European region. And we cover a number of initiatives, and personally I follow initiatives on infrastructures and innovation.
Amazing. So basically, yeah, today we'll talk about cybersecurity ecosystem, public and private partnership, but basically we divided this topic into 5 major blocks. First of all, we will take a look into, and we'll do some overview. Then we will delve into the responsibilities and the roles of public and private sectors. Policy and regulation, as some of you are directly involved in the area, definitely we will spend some time here. Information and threat intel sharing, that's another very important topic, and I will be super happy to hear your insights here. And last but not least, it's cooperation between public, private sectors, academia, you know, how all of us can be safer and more resilient. So, Isabella, if you don't mind, let's start with you, with a bit maybe helicopter view. I know that ITU just recently released cybersecurity research, and maybe you could share a bit more about the key insights about, you know, the trends, threats, and...
Yeah, sure. So we just released the 5th edition of the Global Cybersecurity Index, which covers 172 countries and provides overviews and insights of the cybersecurity commitment of these countries, considering 5 different pillars. So we have a legal, organizational, capacity development, technical, and cooperation pillars. So overall, the European region is one of the most advanced regions when it comes to commitment to cybersecurity. And of course, there are some room for improvement, for example, with the data breach reporting, but it scores quite well in general. And inside the region, clearly there are some differences. Not all the countries score the same. We know that the Northern Europe area is the area that scores the highest under all the 5 pillars. On the other hand, at the global level, what we see in terms of major trends is that countries tend to do better on the legal framework of cybersecurity, while there are more difficulties when it comes to capacity development. We saw that 171 countries, so almost all the countries, have at least one regulation when it comes to the protection of data and privacy. If we look at the cooperation pillar, we see that 166 countries are part of some international cybersecurity agreement. But here the challenge is to make sure that these agreements are actually operationalized and result in concrete actions. When we look at the capacity development, one of the focus areas is the cyber awareness. As we know, the easiest way to circulate malware is by sending emails that are clicked by people that are unaware of the cyber risks. So here we see that 130 countries implemented cyber awareness campaigns that are targeted to a specific demographics, so that these campaigns are able to make the audience feel involved and they actually can reflect their reality. When we move to the organizational pillar, we see that many countries, 127 countries, have a national cybersecurity strategy, which is a crucial element to ensure a coordinated response to cyber threats. But actually, just a little bit more than a half of the countries have identified an agency that is responsible for the monitoring of the cybersecurity of critical infrastructures. And finally, looking at the technical pillars, we see that 138 countries managed to develop a CERT, which will continue to be the key element in responding to cyber incidents. And many of them conduct also cyber drills, which are very useful opportunity for improvement. The report stresses the importance of these CERTs as a central point of coordination at the national level, but also internationally. They represent a contact point for major cooperations. So these are the main trends that come from our report. And of course, our analysis covers country by country under all the different pillars. So if you're interested in a specific countries, you are more than welcome to visit our report on the website.
Amazing, thank you very much. As we are in Latvia right now, so I would approach Christian, and maybe you could share a bit more local story about emerging threats and key attack vectors.
Well, actually, the overall picture is quite similar what it was a year ago. We still see a lot of phishing campaigns, especially spear phishing, which unfortunately is getting more elaborate, since the attackers, they spend the time to learn not so easy to speak Latvian language and to elaborate the social engineering part of the spear phishing. As for bigger organizations, we see that attackers tend to target VPNs and other access points. They tend to scan the networks for zero-day vulnerabilities. That's because we also pay attention to communicating the 0 days to our constituencies, since it is very important to patch all the issues before some attacker finds out. So I would say that yes, and also DDoSs are happening, but that is, well, mostly the same, I would say.
Okay, amazing. What about local integrators and critical infrastructure providers? Any comments from your side?
Yeah, well, what we see that, particularly with the war in Ukraine, when our president, prime minister, or somebody says something, it's like almost immediately or not later than next day we see some new attacks targeted on critical infrastructure, including ours. Another thing which I could briefly touch upon is that we are in a situation when almost everything is connected and digitalized, And still a lot of also our clients, they need help in order how to do it more securely. We sometimes cooperate closely with CERTLV and other constituents, and when they notice something or we notice something in our network, we are here to help the customers because, well, these days, if you look even on the private side, say you want to buy a refrigerator. It is very hard or almost impossible to buy one which is energy efficient, which doesn't have Wi-Fi and other unnecessary things inside it. Same with business. We connected everything. Everything's interconnected. Some are even forcefully digitalized. And then something happens. For example, a security camera can easily become either a weapon to somebody if it's not properly secured, or vice versa. Some cybersecurity vulnerabilities in the camera could compromise physical security of something else, say a building or a facility or whatever it is. So it's all connected, all complicated, and I think that, well, we will, in physical information and cybersecurity, we're going to have work to do for, well, extended period of time.
Thank you. Kuldis?
Just to add to Christian's, these phishing campaigns are explosively growing this year as well. Last year it was more than 21,000 people failed in bank accounts, so they lost their money, and this year will be more coming. Now it's already last year achieved and more than was in totally last year. Yes. So it's growing around 50% in year time. Also, 3 companies lost more than 1 million this year, so here in Latvia. So we have at least 3 millionaires.
Okay. No conference these days can come without AI questions. So if any of you want to take this, do you see, the real impact already in terms of defense or offense technologies? If any of you want to a bit elaborate, do you see the risks here and
well, the risks are everywhere. You cannot really avoid them. The pragmatic approach is risk-based approach, so you analyze your risks, you know your technology, you know your supply chain, your customers, your stakeholders, and then you adapt the best technology available. These days everybody talks about machine learning, AI, etc. Network security guys had artificial intelligence built in their NDR and XDR years ago. It's 5, 7, maybe even 10 years for something built in. It was just not a hype. It was a tool that recognized attacks. These days, of course, it's all with AI hype and everything.
Of course. Yeah, very rightly said. Dan, as you're representing regulator, so maybe you could a bit clarify for the audience and for all of us the roles and responsibilities of public and private sectors in cybersecurity, because, well, what should be the government's role in setting security standards and how to avoid being it too prescriptive?
Well, thanks. First, I would just like to say that I agree with much what has been said here. We see a lot of increased activity together with our collaborating agencies. It's both antagonistic, that is to say, from unfriendly nations, but and from criminal sources, the phishing campaigns. And it's hard to tell what is what, and I believe that those two different sources are often in collaboration of various kinds as well. So we have to be aware that it's ongoing and it's happening all the time, right? So phishing, ransomware, using vulnerabilities, using the weakest links of any chain, which is maybe, at the end of the day, it's down to people privately, or people in companies, or people in government, clicking on stupid links, and so it's never going to go beyond that. And they are getting, as somebody mentioned, increasingly efficient in making us make mistakes. So the only way we can work with that is to be aware of that and to be clear about wanting to work against that, and to do that both as government in the various way we can do, establishing regulatory frameworks that are clear and expecting responsibility from all the actors in the chain, but also to facilitate information sharing and to responding to major events and sharing information about events, trying to work on, as I know that sometimes it is felt by industry that it's a little bit of a one-way street wish from government that we want all your information, but we're not necessarily as keen on handing out information. That's an area where I think we must improve. We must have better private-public partnerships in combating this, and we need to create a culture where we talk about these events more than we do today. It's not shameful to have made a mistake. It's much better to learn from the mistake. It's really shameful to not learn from a mistake. So these kind of learnings, and of course, the width of sectors that we are now going to be regulating in Europe with NIS2 when it comes on stream is widening. So there will be a lot of actors in that sphere that are not as used to this as probably you guys on this panel who have been maybe doing this for a long time. We need to get everybody up to the same level or to even higher levels, or else the bad guys maybe are going to win. And again, we also need to reach out to the public, to individuals, and that comes not only for cybersecurity, but if we want to reap the benefits of digitalization, we need, as was discussed in the previous panel, to build trust. And how can you build trust if people are afraid of using systems because they are being spoofed and they're vulnerable to losing all their money to bad actors? All of this is an enormous challenge that we need to meet together as a society of the people who want good things.
Yeah, absolutely. You raised a very nice and good topic about trust and also about awareness. So definitely, I think that is one of the core elements into elevating our cybersecurity and resilience. If I may, one more question for you. So, okay, you mentioned the NIS2. There's a bunch of other EU regulations right now, and how can we balance this need for regulation standards with not killing innovation, especially, all of us most likely saw a Draghi's report, some criticism on EU, and what would be your take on this?
Yeah, this is of course also very central. I think everyone is sort of sympathetic to the end wish of the Draghi and Letta reports that we want a Europe that is more open to innovation and less regulatory compared to the main competitive parts of the world. The way to get there is the difficulty, and with Europe being 27 countries with very different national systems, administrative systems, very different abilities of government to centrally demand things of the entire country and so on and so forth. We really have to do it in a different way, but I'm very hopeful that the new commission that is coming in now will focus hopefully more on implementing the digital decade regulations that came in from the previous commission, because we need some level of pause to do that. I think all of our countries are struggling, and we are finding ourselves in this new landscape where it used to be easy for government to allocate legislation to a government agency like mine. It's not anymore. Mostly any new digital legislation is allocated to 3 or 5 agencies, and it creates this need to collaborate, and it creates difficulties for those who are being regulated to know exactly who to speak to about what, because everything is interlinked. So we need to get hold of this before we start doing too much more new things.
Yeah, absolutely. Egons and Uldis, question for both of you, and I think Christians also could complement a bit. What and how operators and critical infrastructure providers can do for national cybersecurity? I know that you are doing a lot, but
Yeah, we have a very good, actually, there's a setup here in Latvia. I like it very much because there is National Cybersecurity Excellence Center, which connects critical infrastructure providers. It connects certainly Ministry of Defense, and during the new legislation when it's coming out, like these days with new cybersecurity law and NIS2 directive coming in, etc., they actually open up this professional society, so we talk. We, as LMT, as a technical company, what we can do, and we do on a daily basis, so to say, we bring practical knowledge, what would work, what will cost huge overload, or, so for example, one of the interests is that if we need to report something, so we do it consistently, it's one report. It could be sent to different organizations or supervisory councils or whatever it is, but it should be one, not multiple. And this is something we feel we are being heard, and also that we could share our experience, well, what we've seen, say, in a practical development. For example, if somebody asks for some technology to be either regulated or maybe limited, etc., we could say that works, what we've seen in our networks, what we see with our customers. We could give practical advice from very practical and technical point of view.
Well, I would add some more things. Private companies and telcos and operators can provide cybersecurity faster and in a good price, so cheaper. If government will implement everything, it will be for longer period. Project will last 3 years, 2 years, 5 years, who knows, and will cost millions or even billions. But private companies are for mass deployment and for cost reduction, basically. So private companies know how to count money.
Absolutely.
Could I'm not comment on that, but there is many domains that we could cooperate. For instance, one is that both Uldis and Egons, you have great cybersecurity experts. We also appreciate your opinion on legislation, cabinet rules, etc., measures to be taken, and you are both very active with that. that is one thing. Also, what we are trying to promote is the sharing of information about cyber threats, incidents. And that is very important because in Latvia we are a small country, and also the cybersecurity community. It's very important that it's integrated and we get knowledge about what's going on in telcos, cybersecurity service providers, etc. So that is the main focus point of.
Yeah, actually, information sharing, threat intel sharing, and also trust mentioned by Dan earlier. I think these are on one side, yeah, we all of us see the need of that, and in reality, in practice, it's not so easy to implement. I think we had the discussion a bit earlier with you that, so maybe you have some ideas or best practices or success stories here.
I just wanted to mention, I mean, I think building this trust, it takes a lot of time. You need to have respect for that. It's not something that you do like this. I mean, I can make the example of my agency, the telco regulator. We have since almost 20 years had a fora where we do this with the sector companies. So we know each other fairly well in that group. But now we are, as I mentioned, with NIS2, we're broadening and we're having a lot of new companies that will come in. We don't know them yet, and they don't know necessarily the people, the telco companies either. So moving to that next stage, cross-sector, is a big step. And then moving up to having this for the whole nation is an even bigger step. So it needs clear leadership from whoever is responsible from the government side to be open to discussing, and also it needs investment from private sector to, as you say, I think private sector is good at solving its own problems, but maybe if everyone solves their own problem, it's less efficient than if we solve the problem together, cross-sector.
I could add on that topic, yes, it's a great topic. For example, companies that does something with critical infrastructure, they have to have their supply chain checked already. That's coming to more companies with an NIS2 directive, but what we do effectively is that everybody checks supply chain, ultimate beneficiary owners, maybe sanction list, technologies used, vulnerabilities, that everything prepares a nice report and then shares to nobody. It's kept internally, and I will keep saying that it would be a great thing. Of course, it cannot be completely public, otherwise we're going to get, well, nationwide enemies around the globe, but at least, well, in trusted environments, we could share more. It could be blacklist. Well, blacklist Europe is good. They say companies from certain continent or certain area is not welcome to develop new, for example, 5G networks, end of story. But with good practices, what works and how it works, we could do much more, because our analysts and security experts, they're spending a lot of time. They're very well demanded people with high skills, and we are sometimes within the industry and even more within the critical infrastructure industries as a whole doing redundant work which we could avoid if we would cooperate more.
Absolutely. Any additional comments?
Also, I would add to Egon's talk. We have to fill a lot of questionnaires from our customers as well. And each customer comes with their own developed questionnaire forms. So I have seen question forms with 600 questions and others sending 200 questions, but basically the questions are the same. I would like to have my declaration for all Latvian banks, for all EU banks. Here is my declaration. I'm DORA regulation rules, following everything. So I would like to have more clear rules, harmonized forms, etc. So now we have to do, let's say, monkey job and do the same in different ways and duplicate and for every our customers, and so letters, questionnaires, etc. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of duplications.
Yeah, not sure about the situation in Sweden. Hopefully it's better. And maybe you can provide some suggestions of,
Well, incident reporting, we try to streamline incident reporting, but that's also, as I was saying before, when we have a new landscape with more regulation, more agencies being involved, I think it's inevitable that you will have a little bit of that, at least as a starting point, that everyone wants to have their own reporting form, but it should, of course, you are right, it should be streamlined to the maximum, that you have to fill out a form only once, and that's used by all those who need it. And then, of course, all of those forms put together become very sensitive, and we have to have good procedures and rules about who shares with whom and why. So we shouldn't be sharing information just for the sake of it, but we should be sharing, as you say, to learn from experiences much better than we have done today. I think there is a lot of scope to develop this in a considered and careful manner, guided by whoever is ultimately responsible for cybersecurity in the respective countries, and maybe at the EU level in total.
Okay, great. Well, so we spent some time discussing private-public collaboration, and we will definitely dedicate the last time for that. But before, academia. That's also a very important angle, and maybe you also have some ideas, any of you, or real examples how you are integrating academia into this process.
I could share my experience. I'm also a guest lecturer at university, Vidzemes Augstskola, Vidzemes Applied Science University, and they have masters, cybersecurity masters program, and it is one unofficial but a great way how to connect different industries, because most, if not most, at least 60-70% of students every year are bright technological guys and girls that somehow didn't manage to get master's degree, at least in cybersecurity. So when this education process is made fun, interesting, and in their individual works and group works they share experiences, their practical experience from different industries, that's a great way to learn, and also outside strict regulatory environments. So this is my example.
I would like to add that as a CERTL, we are part of the Latvian University Institute of Mathematics and Informatics, so actually we are almost educational institution, but it also helps a lot because we tend to create, there is research regarding operational technology, like security of OT, so we could attract also people that do want to do their scientific work as an institution. So it also helps a lot because we are part of the academia. So.
Amazing.
I'm also lecturing cybersecurity course at Turība University. My students are not IT experts; they are physical security experts. So, but still, they need to have some cybersecurity knowledge as well, because video surveillance, tourniquets, electronic keys, they are cyber security as well needed. So yeah, and also we have developed this program especially and went through program accreditation process as well, and now cybersecurity I think is needed in every study course. Here in Latvia we teach about fire security, about work security, civil security, but only few study courses has cybersecurity program as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, actually it's also very related with the talent question. So I think that most of the world is having some challenges with growing the talent, with importing the talent. So that's maybe another area. Any of you has some silver bullets?
I would like to start. This year, I think we hosted it was a cybersecurity challenge, like for young people who are interested in hacking. There was a tournament, so that is one way to go. Other is, I would say, is to promote with all the cybersecurity education with the institution is other field that we are closely involved to. It's not one of our main goals, but nonetheless it's a way to go, because the talent, it doesn't pop out even if you have a lot of money, but it takes time. So it's very important, as Uldis said, and also Egons, that you have mentoring programs for the talents. You have to grow the specialities like ESOs, auditors, etc. You name it. So there is multi-institutional work in doing that, also with many challenges.
Okay, thank you. As I see that time is running, we have 10 minutes left, and after that, by the way, we will have an opportunity to ask some questions from the audience. So any of you will have any questions, so feel free to raise the hand. But let's then spend those 10 minutes. So
there is a question.
Okay, so yeah, please go ahead.
Let's go. Here's the mic. Please announce yourself and your question so we know where wind blows from.
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. I'm Stefan Lüders, Computer Security Officer of CERN, European Organization for Particle Physics. I got one easy and one more complicated question. So public-private partnership. Where can I get MISP intelligence from your outfit? So how can I plug in my MISP instance to get intelligence from you? We're talking about collaboration, partnership, so I would like to have intelligence. Malicious domains, malicious file names, hashes, IP addresses, which you consider by your certs or by your security team as being malicious, so I can protect my organization.
That is answered for me. Okay. So actually, it's regarding MISP is I would say it's more like private talk about what could we do for you. And but regarding the malicious sites, actually we there is a service in Latvia called the DNS firewall. It's actually it's our in collaboration with the MIT-LV, it's domain name register. So where we post every malicious site that we find. Actually, if we're using that service, well, it's mostly you would see the malicious sites.
So the answer is more or less no. I cannot get access to your intelligence. I
Excuse
cannot
me?
get access to intelligence. This is what you're saying.
Could you please speak closer to the mic?
I'm trying, but my mouth is in the way. I'm just saying I cannot get access to your intelligence. This is what you're saying.
It's not that straightforward. It's actually the access to the intelligence. It's done via private talks. So that's what I wanted to say.
I'm connected to lots of MISP instances worldwide, so I just wonder why it's not working here, but it's working with the Swiss government, why it's working with South American universities, why it's not working here when we're talking about public-private partnership. But in the end, it's not a partnership because you're saying we need to establish trust. But okay, I take it. I got a second question, more on supply chain, because that has been mentioned also. So taking the supply chain, I should do a risk assessment of my supply chain. I did. We have 32,000 suppliers, and about 10 every month I find on the dark web listed as being ransomware. None of those suppliers ever came back to me, told me, we've been ransomwared, there's some information of you which might get compromised. So what is working wrong here? Because in principle they must report to me, but none did in the past 13 months.
Well, we at CERTL, we do not actually make supply chain audits or checks. We don't certify products, but as an expert, I would share your problem because there's a big hole on all these certification, product governance issues that there is not. Actually, there is a quite poor collaboration between product owners and the auditors who issue the certificate.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so then I will ask to share your kind of closing notes and final comments, focusing mostly on this partnership, public-private partnership, and basically how we can speed up this collaboration, how we be more efficient, how we, at the end of the day, become more secure and resilient. Isabella, if you don't mind.
Of course. So first of all, maybe I can share some example from the work of ITU. So since we spoke about talent, ITU has developing mentoring programs specifically targeting women who want to access careers in cyber. And this has been done also in collaboration with the private sector. And these mentoring programs, the goal was to help these women to overcome the systemic obstacles and cultural obstacles that very often makes it harder for women to access careers in cyber. And we received very good feedback from the participants who felt they will gain more expertise and skills that help them improve in their career in the cyber field. Then another example I can share is the Cyber for Good project, which supports the Partner to Connect digital coalition initiatives. And this is an example of a multi-stakeholder approach. Under these Partners to Connect, a variety of entities can submit a pledge. So we have governments, including local governments. We have the private sector, including philanthropic entities, and many more like academia or youth groups. They can all make a pledge. And the cybersecurity is a pillar of this Partner to Connect. And through Cyber for Good, what ITU tried to do was to leverage the expertise, the services, and the tools of ITUD sector members in order to support the least developed countries in advancing in their digital development. So, for example, in Gambia, Eswatini, and Botswana, some sector members put at disposal tools to monitor the cybersecurity of some critical areas like the electricity and water. And through this project, we received a good feedback that it helped these countries in developing an approach to the cybersecurity and to the monitoring of these infrastructures. And well, to conclude, given the importance of national certs, another very important front of international cooperations is constituted by cyber drills. So since 2012, ITU conducted more than 42 cyber drills, and in 2023 there has been the participation of 140 countries. And these are excellent opportunities to strengthen the national cybersecurity preparedness through the exchange of best practices, of knowledge, and to support the countries in further advancing on the projects of national certs. So we take this opportunity also to share that we have an upcoming cyber drill, which will take place in Bulgaria from 26 to 29 of November, and this will target specifically countries from the Europe region and from the Mediterranean region, and will blend cybersecurity forums, technical trainings, and practical cybersecurity exercises, with the object to empower and enhance the preparedness of response of the countries to cybersecurity incidents.
Thank
you. Well, I don't have so great examples as just we heard. But what our company does, we have put cybersecurity goals in our ESG strategy as well. So we have developed internally a cybersecurity index as well. So we measure our employees' knowledge in cybersecurity skills. We measure how many students and how many school children were trained in some cybersecurity areas as well as old people we trained, and etc. And also we are hosting some cybersecurity events as well.
Christians?
Yes, as I mentioned, well, our collaboration with educational institutions. Another topic is how we could collaborate with the public institutions is that we have developed many of the cybersecurity services, which are free for Latvian constituents, and we provide it to governmental institutions, critical infrastructure, some medium businesses as well, which are constituents. So it's ranging from that DNS firewall to nowadays also a SOC and other services.
Okay. Then?
Yeah, maybe a couple of ideas. I mean, I think as government we should be open to sharing as much as we can with individuals and private sector and any other sector that needs to understand as easily as possible sort of at least basic cybersecurity where you start, and make that available in not only necessarily from the government itself, but to use all kind of interested sectors like the trade unions and anyone who can reach out. We have a couple of initiatives like that when we use the whole sector approach to promote digitalization, and digitalization comes with trust, and trust comes with cybersecurity, so that all fits together. And the other thing I would mention, which is more sort of on creating a trust within the groups that really have to implement the more difficult, more sort of in-depth cybersecurity learnings, is to maybe work with both sectoral and cross-sectoral groups from industry to create a space where you become more secure in sharing experiences, and that is going to be an investment. And my experience is that the private sector is very keen. They will send very high-level people to those things, but it's hard work because the private sector is very vast. There are many companies there, and many companies need to do this, and you need to do it in relatively small groups. So it's a big investment.
Thank you.
Yeah, great panel. Not to repeat, guys. I will add another topic to this, fully agreeing with previous speakers. Bring security culture everywhere, be it your family, be it your organization, your university, your golf club, whatever it is, because that's a critical thinking, and security culture is something that could make us much more safe and secure, rather than, well, what sometimes Europe is very strong on, well, if there is a breach of regulation, Europe's gonna punish, and punish hard. Well, sometimes punishing is, well, unavoidable and needs to be done, but rather train, facilitate, cooperate, bring security culture in a sense to have better, safer, secure for all society.
Thank you very much, and I think that we are running already out of time, so we will have these gentlemen and ladies together with us in the following part.
Oh,
right?
yes. Yeah.
So you will be able to ask them, and have a more in-depth discussions. And thank you very much for your time.
And thank you, Simonas Černiauskas, for moderating this panel. And